Mediation Committee in line with the Standing Order 149, 1B. Honourable members, Article 113 of the Constitution contemplates that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall appoint an equal number of members from both houses to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the houses. In this regard, having consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed the following members to represent the National Assembly in the Mediation Committee to consider the bill. The Honourable Eric Muchangi, MP, co-chair, the Honourable Gitonga Murugara, CBS MP, the Honourable Mary Emase, MP, the Honourable Lilian Sioi, MP, the Honourable Dr. Wilberforce Owundo, MP, the Honourable Irene Mayaka, MP, and the Honourable Ruth Odinga, MP. For clarity, the Mediation Committee will be fully constituted upon appointment of senators to the committee. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll convey the same to the House. Thereafter, the Mediation Committee will embark on an attempt to develop a mediation version of the bill in accordance to Article 113 of the Constitution for consideration by the House of Parliament. The House is accordingly guided. Honourable members, the second communication is, honourable members at the bar, take the nearest seat. Yes, very good. Thank you. The second communication is on withdrawal of a specific provision in the statute law, miscellaneous amendments number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023. Honourable members, as you are aware, the statute law miscellaneous amendments number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023 was published via the Gazette Notice Supplement number 207 of 30th October 2023 to effect various amendments to 17 statutes. Honourable members, the bill, which is sponsored by the leader of the majority party, was read a first time on 15th November 2023 and thereupon referred to various departmental committees for consideration in accordance with their respective mandates. The committees have since laid their respective reports on the bill following extensive public participation and stakeholder engagement. The bill was subsequently considered by the House and passed at second reading on Wednesday, 28 February 2024, thereby committing it to a committee of the whole House. Indeed, the bill is scheduled for consideration in Committee of the Whole House today under Order 10. Honourable members, before proceeding for consideration of the bill in the Committee of the Whole, I wish to notify the House that I've since received a request from the leader of the majority party dated 5th March 2024, seeking my consent for withdrawal of the proposed amendment relating to Section 56(1)A of the Universities Act, number 42 of 2012, as contained in the bill. The provision relates to the functions of the placement board in placement of government-sponsored students to universities and colleges. In the letter, the leader of the majority party states that various stakeholders have raised concern regarding the proposed amendment necessitating further consultations and engagement with the sector. Additionally, the Honourable Chungwa notes that the Public Investments Committee on Education and Governance is currently considering a related matter on the funding of university education. It will therefore be prudent to allow for the conclusion of these processes before determining the appropriate course of action. Honourable members, having considered the matter, I have acceded to the request by the leader of the majority party to withdraw the provision relating to Section 56(1)A of the Universities Act 2012 as contained in the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023. The bill will therefore proceed without making reference to the withdrawn provision and will be considered as though the withdrawn section was not part of the bill ab initio. The House is accordingly guided. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seat, Maungu. What is your idea of the nearest seat? I'm not a member. Take your seat, honorable member for Kwale. Take the nearest seat. Honorable members, the next communication is on members' comments on legislative proposals to amend Article 88 and 89 of the Constitution. Honorable members, you will recall that on 6th December 2023, I allowed the member for Mandera North, the Honorable Major Retired Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh MP, and the member for Thika Town, the Honorable Alice Nganga CBS MP, to make statements on their respective legislative proposals seeking to amend the Constitution. The proposal by the member for Mandera North seeks to amend Article 88 of the Constitution to provide that in instances where the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is not fully constituted, the Secretary of the IEBC shall discharge the duties of and functions of the Commission with regard to the conduct of by-elections. On the other hand, the proposal by the member for Thika Town seeks to amend Article 89 of the Constitution to require the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to ensure that the review of constituents' boundaries does not result in the loss of a constituency that existed prior to the promulgation of the Constitution. Honorable members, when the two members made their initial statements, I undertook to nominate a time for the House to make general comments on the two proposals. As such, in order to actualize the provisions of Standing Order 1147A, I will today, not later than 6 p.m., allow members to make comments on the legislative proposals whose text is appended to the order paper. Thereafter, I will refer the proposals to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs or issue other directions in view of the comments that will be made by members during the proceedings. Any member with similar or related proposals will be at liberty to make submissions to the committees for consideration in line with the Standing Order 1147A. Honorable members, you should note that once a constitutional amendment bill is acceded to by the Speaker and tabled on the floor, you are precluded from amending it at any stage. You pass it as it is or reject it as it is. I thank you. The last communication, honorable members, is a recognition of a member of Parliament from the Republic of Ghana. Honorable members, I'm pleased to introduce to you the Honorable Cletus Apul Avoka, MP, a member of Parliament from the Parliament of Ghana, seated in the Speaker's row. The member is accompanied by Ghana's High Commission to Kenya, His Excellency Ambassador Damte Asane, and two staff from the Parliament of Ghana. Honorable members, the Honorable Avoka MP is in the country on behalf of the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, the Right Honorable Alban Bagbin MP, for a consultative mission to actualize the operationalization of the Conference of Speakers and Heads of African Parliaments, COSHAP. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to them to the Parliament of Kenya and wish them fruitful engagement. As a matter of further clarity, honorable members, I've had extensive discussions with the honorable member and his delegation, and what they are proposing is something doable. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Members at the bar, take your seats, the nearest seats. I still have a message. Take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on nomination of a co-sponsor of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 143.1 of the National Assembly Orders, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate on nomination of a co-sponsor of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022. Honorable members, the message conveys that pursuant to Standing Order 162.2 of the Senate Standing Orders, Senator Tabitha Mutinda MP, being the sponsor of the said bill, has nominated the member for Tigania West constituency, the Honorable Dr. John Mutunga MP, to co-sponsor the bill in the National Assembly. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 27 February 2024, I reported to this House a message from Senate regarding passage of 7 Senate bills, among them the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022. The bill was read a first time on Wednesday, 28 February 2024, and referred to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Accordingly, honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 1431B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Honorable Dr. Mutunga MP will now assume the role of the co-sponsor of the bill and shall be responsible for marshalling its consideration in the National Assembly. For clarity, honorable members, the Honorable Dr. Mutunga's assumption of the role of co-sponsor is in his individual capacity as the member for Tigania West and not as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. In the circumstances and for fairness, I advise the chairperson, who is now the co-sponsor of the stated bill, to consider recusing himself from presiding over the consideration of the bill by the committee and allow the vice chairperson of the committee to steer the process. The House is accordingly guided. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Do we have a petition? Honorable Pukose, member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the representatives of the health sector unions, societies, and associations, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that quality health care is the lifeline of a country's prosperity, and that the maintenance of an appropriate complement of medical practitioners under suitable terms and conditions is fundamental to quality health care. 2, that Articles 27 and 41 of the Constitution of Kenya, as read together with the Employment Act 2007, provides for the rights of employees and fair labor practices. 3, that the African Charter on Human and People's Rights entitles everyone to equal protection of the law, including the right to the respect of the dignity inherent in a human being and the right to receive information and to express and disseminate their opinions within the law. 4, that despite the elaborate safeguards in the national law, the Constitution and statutes, medical practitioners in Kenya have been subjected to unfair labor practices which have heightened since 2020. 5, that in April 2020, following the outbreak of COVID-19, the government recruited a number of health workers on a 1-year universal health coverage internship contracts to boost efforts on achievement of universal health care, as well as to aid in the fight against COVID-19. 6, that the contracted healthcare workers were released from service after 1 year, yet they had already been assigned personal numbers in the Ministry of Health. Their exit created a shortage that is yet to be addressed and has also made it hard for them to get any other employment in the public service, since they are deemed to be in the employment because they have personal numbers. 7, that the country's Public Service Commission, the Human Resource Policies and Procedures Manual for the Public Service 2016, recognized public sector internship programs, which is both a legal requirement and prerequisite for licensure and independent practice in the case of medical practitioners. 8, that whereas the Ministry of Health has a duty to facilitate posting of graduate medical practitioners for mandatory internship, it is yet to post medical interns who ought to have been posted in September 2023. 9, that further, the ministry, which is obligated to compensate medical interns through a standardized salary or stipend, has been applying different terms. For instance, while all other interns are paid based on a job group in the health sector, diploma clinic officers are only paid a mere allowance that can hardly cater to their basic needs during the internship period. 10, that the health staff under UHC contract have been earning a salary equivalent to half of what our colleagues employed under county governments have been earning despite working in the same environment. 11, that the delayed internship posting and subsequent license deny affected graduates the opportunity to get exposure to uninterrupted skills mastery that would equip them to contribute to health service delivery in the country.
Order. Honorable DK and your group is against standing orders to conduct kamkunjis on the floor of the House when proceedings are going on.
12, that the plight of intern graduates remains unresolved despite recommendations by the Senate for absorption of UHC and other staff contracted during COVID-19. Further, that the Kericho Declaration Agreement signed on 18 October 2023 by the medical staff unions, the Ministry of Health, and the Council of Governors committed the Ministry of Health and Council of Governors to facilitate absorption and mainstreaming of national government contract staff, including COVID-19 UHC staff, into employment. 13, that the health workers currently under the UHC program are about 3 months to the end of their 1-year extension. Yet both county governments and the national government have not shown any plans of transitioning them and converting their terms of service to permanent employment as per the Kericho Declaration. 14, that further, the health workers under UHC contract have not received gratuities for their previous 3-year terms served and no communication regarding the reasons for the delay and when to expect the said gratuities. 15, that while other unions in the sectors have concluded collective bargaining agreements with their respective employers, the unions in the health sector have been subjected to frustrations and what appears to be deliberate intent to deny them their right to the CPS. 16, that petitioners' efforts to resolve these matters with the Ministry of Health and other relevant bodies have not been fruitful despite their numerous requests for audience and engagements. 17, that the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, investigates the reasons for the failure by the Ministry of Health to facilitate the posting of graduate interns for mandatory internships since September 2023 and recommends immediate posting of the affected interns and institutional measures to avert in internship posting henceforth. 2, inquires into the circumstances surrounding the failure by the Ministry of Health to transition health workers contracted under the UHC in 2020 to permanent and pensionable terms in accordance with the Kericho Agreement of 18 September 2023. 3, intervenes to cause the Ministry of Health to absorb all the universal health coverage health workers and other contracted health workers into permanent or pensionable service in order to address the acute shortage in the health sector. 4, recommends to the Ministry to immediately address discriminatory disparities in compensation of medical interns and instead apply fair remuneration as per the Salaries and Remuneration Commission terms based on job grades. 5, recommends that the pending collective bargaining agreements and recognition agreements be concluded expeditiously. And 6, makes any other recommendations it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioner will forever pray. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bukose. Understanding orders. I'm enjoined to allow members to make comments. Those who want to comment on this go to intervention. Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support that
2
petition.
minutes.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this has been brought by the chair of the Health Committee, because I think this is something that is something he could even have handled as a chair of the committee through his committee. But Mr. Speaker, we must not play around with the health sector. We must not play around with medical practitioners. These are not like the hustlers that maybe were taken for a ride. These are people who we have given an agreement, and this agreement must be respected, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that as a country, we stand up to be counted for doing the right thing. Mr. Speaker, you saw when these doctors raised this concern that, in fact, unfortunately, the police brutalized them and shot their head, Mr. Speaker. The person who was responsible and the one who was leading the team was shot and ended up in hospital, Mr. Speaker. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. You and I, during the time that we were the last regime, we were actually brutalized by the police, and the police shot at us. Mr. Speaker, it is a high time that we made sure through this house, now that you are the one who is, sitting and reigning over this house, make sure that police brutality in this country stops, Mr. Speaker. Because it is unfortunate that people cannot, be able to even just undertake their rightfully given constitutional rights. I support this petition, and I hope they get justice, Mr. Speaker.
Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support a petition by the Honorable Pukose, especially for the interns, the medical interns, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of the students, including the students you see here at the Speaker's Gallery and also the public gallery, majority of the students, Mr. Speaker, they aspire to be doctors in this country. Many of them. But it's very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that we have had many of our children, many of our doctors who have graduated, they have been in university for 6 years, Mr. Speaker, and now they are put in internship, being paid about 10,000, 15,000, Honorable Speaker, and yet, Mr. Speaker, we are a country that we want to respect our professionals, especially the medical, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know now that this petition is brought by the chair of committee, the Honorable Bukose, and the Honorable Bukose is the one who actually oversees the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the petition committee to look into this very seriously and make sure, Honorable Speaker, that the interns are confirmed permanently. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the issue of health, Mr. Speaker, we need to relook it afresh. It looks, the county government, Mr. Speaker, yes, they are not in a position to.
There's a point of order from Honorable Pukose. You could have waited to hear comments on your petition.
I just want to correct, Honorable Speaker.
Why did you do it at the end?
I was presenting this petition on behalf of the unions, which I read.
I got it that way.
Yeah, and when you say I should not have presented the petition, and yet the unions came to Parliament at the Parliament gate, and they presented, and I've actually said on behalf of the representatives of the health sector union, societies, and associations. And I received the petition on behalf of you, Honorable Speaker, and the House.
Bowen, finish. You have a few seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I was only saying that the Honorable Bukose, who has brought this petition, and he is the chair who oversees, he must also follow up together with the petition committee. And Mr. Speaker, we need to relook the health afresh to check if actually the devolved function of health, Mr. Speaker, the counties are in a position to manage the health function in this country. I want to support the petition, and especially our doctors to be respected and confirmed permanently, Honorable Speaker.
Otienda Mola, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the petition and thank Dr. Pukose for this presentation. Indeed, the interns and this profession has been treated to unfair labor practices. The idea of saying they cannot be absorbed or paid when we all know, and the government knows, when the medical doctors will qualify that they must be interns, is an excuse that cannot be acceptable. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, at a time we are priding ourselves in sending medical personnel abroad, but locally we cannot absorb our own or pay our own, and therefore people are dying. It becomes a matter of shame. It is particularly shameful that when then these very people are expressing their constitutional right, then their Secretary General, Dr. Davji Atela, together with other doctors, is then assaulted. He suffered a fracture to the skull, internal bleeding. He had to have 12 stitches to his head. It is a matter of absolute shame. Mr. Speaker, my only addition to this is that while committing it to the Public Petitions Committee, I beg that you put a rider. Standing Orders 227 gives them 90 days, but this committee is notorious for delay. Give them 14 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gitonga Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also support this petition. It is not only timely, but it's also a very necessary petition, considering what is going on in the country regarding medical practitioners. It's good we remind ourselves that to become a medical practitioner is not just a walk in the park. These people, to say the least, they are extremely well educated. They also have to undergo strenuous training, and they have to accommodate some of situations which most of us may not be able to accommodate. The petition is going through the Public Petitions Committee, and I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, you have your discretion. We believe this petition should have actually gone to the Health Committee so that it is dealt with by the experts in the Health Committee who know the facts as they are going to be presented, and especially we know for sure the Public Petitions Committee may be swamped. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we actually treat this petition with the urgency it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this petition. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say what internship is for medical practitioners, because I think this is not understood. Mr. Speaker, unless the doctors or the health workers do internship, they cannot be registered, and therefore they cannot be employed anywhere. They cannot even go to other countries if you want to export them. They cannot even go into private practice on their own. That is number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when these people are doing internship, they are actually working in facilities where they are. Sometimes they are the first on call, and they do the work, and they actually just supervise. So the thought that I've heard some people saying that internships should not be paid is totally unthinkable. And two, internship must be done so that they are registered. And three, what I would suggest, there is absolutely no reason why we should actually limit internship just to public hospitals. I think there are level of hospitals level 5, where they have the 4 main disciplines with consultants. We should extend it so that they also train interns. Otherwise, we limit the number of people who will train as doctors, because this is linked to intake as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important thing. On the USC doctors, I don't see how can employ people, and now we are going USC, and now you are dismissing them. On brutality, I've said often here that it is the police that cause brutality during demonstrations. In picketing, this is the best example. I support this petition, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this very important petition. Mr. Speaker, it's important to know that health workers are very key and important in our community. Mr. Speaker, these health workers are people who go through very strenuous and very, very extensive, vigorous training, Mr. Speaker. And when they finish, and the wish of every parent is to see their children employed, Mr. Speaker, it is very disheartening to note that when these people are exercising their democratic right, which is given by the Constitution, Article 37 is very clear that every person has the right, peacefully and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and present their petitions when they feel aggrieved. Mr. Speaker, we want the workers of this country to be protected are not to be subjected to unruly and unjust manner, the way we saw the Secretary General of the doctors being treated. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame to see doctors being molested and mistreated during this time and age, Mr. Speaker, when the Constitution is very clear on the right of every worker. So I support this petition, and I wish it is dispensed with as early as today. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kiara Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the petition presented by Dr. Bokose MP. The medical doctors who have been on some form of demonstrations really need to be addressed. And Honorable Speaker, they need to be absorbed because their internship ended and they need to be absorbed by the government. But again, I want to put it to the Honorable Kose that this is coming at a very good time when we are just doing the BPS. And this also goes to the Chair for Education. That internship, Honorable Speaker, is becoming a misuse for workers in this country. And I say this because the committee of the Honorable Kose should actually factor, this parliament has a lot of authority. Sometimes, instead of lamenting and creating a situation whereby we are also lamenting together with the doctors, we have the capacity, both the chair of health and the chair of education, because I know there's also internship in education which is disturbing all of you, because when you go to your constituencies, you are talked about it. To actually input in the BPS a provision that these doctors get a budgetary line for that employment, and also the teachers get a budget line for full employment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we are all in support of the petition, so I'll end there and direct that the petition be committed to the Committee on Public Petitions, but shorten the time required and direct them to report progress on the petition on the 9th of April when we resume from our short recess. Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, you know you have problems with that committee. Just make sure that they report progress on the 9th of April. Honorable members, allow me to recognize the following schools in the galleries. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Limuru Girls Secondary School from Limuru, Kiambu. We have Maranda Secondary School from Bondo, Siaya. We have Ganima Girls from Kajiado Central, Kajiado. We have Gatero Mixed School, Laikipia West, Laikipia. We have St. Joseph's Chepterit Girls from Nandi, Chesumei constituency, Nandi County. And we have Analat Primary School from Njoro, Nakuru. I have been asked by the member for Chesumei to welcome the students. I give you an opportunity to welcome not only the school from your constituents, but all of them on behalf of your colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to welcome all the students in the gallery, to tell them welcome to the house. And may I also take this opportunity to welcome my own girls from Chepterit Girls, which is a national school within Nandi County, my constituency, Chesumei. Welcome to the floor of the house. Girls, this is a house that in future would want you to come here, so work hard so that one day, one time, you will be legislators. So for all the students who are here, take your studies seriously so that you will one day, one time be legislators like us. We welcome you to the House, the National Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give the following members a minute each. Lisa Chelule. I don't know which school you want to welcome, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to also welcome all the students who are with us here. There is one school, Njoro, there is a school from Njoro constituency. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you on behalf of honorable members of this House. I want to believe your visit to Nairobi will change the destiny of your education, and we believe in you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Otienda Amolo, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am an alumni of Maranda National School, and I am proud to welcome them here.
I thought you went to Friends Kamsinga.
Sorry? I wanted to tell Honorable Chungwa that when ranking of schools was abolished, Maranda National School was #1. And since it has not been reintroduced, they remain #1 to date. And so as the MP for Arieda and the acting MP for neighboring Bondo, I welcome them to this National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Otienda Amolo. That is unfair to your colleague, Member of Parliament for Bondo. The member for Bondo is called Dr. Ochanda. And I have not, as your Speaker, appointed any acting member. Honorable Atandi, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleagues in welcoming all the students who have joined us this afternoon, and more particularly the students of Maranda High School. Honorable Speaker, Maranda High School is a leading school, a top school in this country, and various alumni from Maranda are leaders in this country, including Otienda Amolo and Baba. So, Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to add, Honorable Speaker, that other than saying that Maranda is a top school, my constituency, Lego Songa NCGTF, sponsors a number of students at Maranda High School. My top students from my constituency go to Maranda High School. Therefore, I want to urge all the students who have joined us to note that this house belongs to them, that they should work hard and in future they should replace us. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi, next. Oh, we still have, yes, Donya, member for Kisii County.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
1
Speaker.
minute.
When we were in high school and you could hear Maranda High, that was my dream that, oh, I could have even a husband coming from Maranda High. You see, when you have great minds, even a love letter from, I'm not encouraging love letters, but that is how heavy we adore and appreciate Maranda High. And I'm sure during today's International Women's Day, the boys are saying women have done great. Women have become resilient. Women are everything. So, Mr. Speaker, let the boys feel good, but I also have Kisii High from Kisii County. Thank you.
Yes, Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity. I would also like to welcome Limuru girls. And part of this girl, I have my granddaughter here in the house, my granddaughter from Limuru girls in the house. And on behalf of her and all the Limuru girls, you are most welcome.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 7th, 2024. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of, number 1, State Corporations Appeal Tribunal, 2, Policyholders Compensation Fund, 3, Retirement Benefits Authority, 4, Kenya Trade Networks Agency, 5, Registration of Certified Public Secretaries Board, 6, Kenya Water Towers Agency, 7, Tourism Fund, 8, Policyholders Compensation Fund, Car and Mortgage Loan Scheme, 9, State House Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme and Claimed Financial Asset Authority, 10, Witness Protection Agency Staff, Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, and 11, State Department for Youth Affairs. Thank you, and I lay.
Naomi, you may have skipped C. Did you read out C? Policyholders, for the record, you read it out.
Hakuna hata C? Sorry. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, there is no C.
There's A. In fact, I've noticed that what you are reading is at variance with what the Speaker has. You may approach the clerks at the table.
This is what I was given, sorry.
No problem. Approach the clerks at the table and harmonize what you have with what we have. Honorable members, as Naomi does that, I'll come back to that order. On the request of the majority leader, I'll reorganize the business in a minor form and go to order number 8. Clerk, read out order number 8. We'll come back to order number 5. As Honorable Naomi puts her papers in order.
Order number 8, motion, a report on the 2024 budget policy statement. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members on their feet. Majority leader, take your seat. Go to your seat. Chief Whip, when I order your boss to take the seat, you should be the first to take the cue. Member, take your seat, the nearest. Thank you. Honorable members, I'll put the question at order number 8. Thereafter, we'll go back to order number 5. I hope the majority team will have put your papers in order in harmony with what we have. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2024-25 and a compendium of departmental committee reports on the 2024 BPS laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th March 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 2329 and 10A, approves the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2024-25. B, makes the following financial resolutions with respect to the BPS. 1, that the national government budget ceiling be approved at Kenya shillings 2,564,563,100,000, of which 1, the executive 2,488,650,300,000, of which Office of the Auditor General, Kenya shillings 8,599,500,000, Parliament 43,623,000,000, Judiciary 23,690,300,000. 2, resolves that the allocation to the county government equitable share be approved at Kenya shillings 391,117,000,000. 3, resolves that consistent with the latest audited and approved revenues for financial year 2020-21, amount to Kenya shillings 1,570,562,945,014 shillings. The allocation to the equalization fund be set at Kenya shillings 7,852,814,725. 4, approves that the arrears to the equalization fund be set at Kenya shillings 3,547,185,275. 5, approves that the allocation for the county additional allocations be approved at the Kenya shillings 48,196,590,924. as by the third schedule to the report, which shall form the basis for the County Government Additional Allocations Bill 2024. 6, resolves that consistent with the approved borrowing strategy in the medium-term debt management strategy, the projected fiscal deficit be set at Kenya shillings 703,870 million, which is 3.9% of GDP, being the difference between total revenues and grants and total expenditure and net lending. C, that the first and second schedules to the report form the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-25 budget estimates. D, that once approved by the House, these recommendations shall form the basis for financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. E, orders that the first schedule to the order paper forms the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. And F, makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper, in brackets, non-financial recommendations relating to the budget policy statement for the financial year 2024-2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Go back to order number 5.
Honorable Speaker, I apologize for that. And I read C, Policyholders Compensation Fund Car and Mortgage Loan Scheme. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Honorable Gakuya, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, that's the 7th March 2024. Report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya. Thank you.
Chairperson, Select Committee on the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Is this the Honorable Mulyungi?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 7th of March 2024. The third report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Gakuya, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya, read at the table of the House on Thursday, 7th March 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Select Committee on Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Honorable Mulyungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th of March, 2024. Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Nakuru County, Lisa Chelule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity again. This is a request for a statement on delayed payment of pension to pensioners of the defunct Bipartsan Board of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, subclause 2C, I wish to request for a statement for the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection regarding the agonizing delay by the Bipartsan Board of Kenya, now known as Bipartsan Processing Company of Kenya, to settle pensions dues of its pensioners. Honorable Speaker, in 1991, the Bipartsan Board of Kenya established a staff superannuation benefit scheme where its members will full benefit upon retirement. Consequently, the board former employees committed 5% of their salary towards the scheme as per the regulations. However, from 2012, the scheme ran into financial challenges which resulted in liquidation and subsequent assumption of its function by the Bipartsan Processing Company of Kenya. Since then, retired employees of Bipartsan Board of Kenya have never received their pension dues. Honorable Speaker, in an effort to offset the pensions dues in 2022, the Bipartsan Processing Company of Kenya Board sought authorization from the National Treasury to make arrangements for their payments, but the Cabinet has never considered their request. The inordinate delay in payment of pensions dues has visited anguish and financial distress to the affected pensioners, some of whom have passed away and their dependents are equally suffering. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the following. What is the status of the request to the Cabinet by the Bipartsan Board of Kenya seeking authorization to offset the pension dues? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the pension funds to the Bipartsan Board of Kenya pensioners are disbursement without any further delay? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lisa. A member for the chairperson, Kewopa, Kajiado Women MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the 2024 International Women's Day. Honorable Speaker, today being the eve of International Women's Day 2024, which is normally commemorated on 8th of March every year, our hearts resonate with this year's theme, Inspire Inclusion, which underscores the profound significance of recognizing and valuing women's contributions. When we inspire others to appreciate the diverse tapestry of women's achievements, we weave a better world, one where every voice matters. Honorable Speaker, our journey towards achieving gender equality and women's empowerment is deeply rooted in Kenya's constitutional fabric. The 2010 Constitution embodies the collective aspirations of Kenyans for good governance, emphasizing that sovereign power belongs to the people. It is a living document, a covenant that binds us to uphold justice, equality, and fairness. Within its pages lies the promise of equal participation for all, regardless of gender. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association, KWAPA, has been at the forefront of its transformative journey and unwavering commitment to the achievement of the 2/3 gender principle reflects our conviction that representation matters. This principle seeks to ensure that at least 2/3 of elective and appointive positions are held by either gender. It is not merely a numerical target, it is a critical step towards dismantling barriers and amplifying women's voices in leadership. I stand before you today, not just as the chairperson of KWAPA, but a torchbearer for change. Our mission extends beyond advocacy. It is a call for action. Let us delve into heart of our commitments. Honorable Speaker, during the G7 strategic plan launch that happened earlier today, our President reaffirmed his commitment to advancing the two-thirds gender principle. His words echo through the corridors of power that he is committed to achieving gender parity. This resolve, expressed at the Safari Park Hotel, ignites hope to the women of Kenya. In the famous word of Helen Reddy, I am a woman, let me roar. It is time for two-thirds gender principle to be enacted in Kenya. I wish to congratulate women members of this House for the commendable job they are doing at their counties and constituencies, and affirm our support in working closely together to develop our country at large. It is a true statement that kina mama wakipewa nafasi wanachapa kazi kweli kweli. I also want to recognize the he for she's champions led by our very own Majority Leader Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah for recognizing the exemplary performance of women governors and actually making a proposal that all governor positions should be reserved for women. For that, we commend our Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, in closing, let us remember that our journey is not solitary, it is collective. As we celebrate the progress made to date, let us also acknowledge the road ahead. Together, we shall break barriers, dismantle biases, and create a legacy of inclusion. Let our actions resonate beyond this day, inspiring many generations to come. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leah Sangaire. Honorable Alice Ng'ang'a, the statement that was requested for by Lisa Chelule comes to your committee. Of course, you are the chair for social protection.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
you bring a response after 2 weeks.
After 2 weeks.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, Leader of the Majority Party. Leader of the Majority Party, your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 5th March 2024, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week the House debated the reports on the 2024 budget policy statement and the 2024 medium-term debt strategy. I wish to commend the leadership of the House and members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the consideration of the critical business, of this critical business. Honorable Speaker, having approved this afternoon the 2024 BPS as scheduled in today's order paper, it will pave way for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill next week. With regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake the first reading of the Division of Revenue Bill 2024 if published, and the second reading of the following bills should they not be concluded today. 1, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. 2, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2023. 3, the Regional Development Authorities Bill of 2023, and the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill of 2023. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper, should they not be concluded. 1, report on the compliance to Article 54(2) of the Constitution regarding the employment of persons with disabilities in public institutions. 2, report of the Auditor General on financial statements of selected state corporations. And 3, report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 13th March 2024 to respond to the following questions. Question number 009 of 2024 by the member for Machakos, Honorable Joyce Kamene MP, regarding the reforms the ministry has instituted to transform the operational standards of public service to boost productivity. Question number 010 of 2024 by the member for Machakos County, Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP, regarding the categories of individuals recruited into the National Youth Service. Question number 11 of 2024 by the member for Kinango, Honorable Gonzi Rai, MP, regarding the eligibility of civil servants to earn hardship allowance in Kinango constituency. Question number 012 of 2024 by the member for Funyula, the Honorable Dr. Oundo Ojiambo, MP, regarding the transfer of implementation of the Public Service Internship and Volunteer Program from Public Service Commission. 5, question number 051 of 2024 by the member for Narok North, the Honorable Agnes Pareyo, MP, regarding the gazettement of Narok North as a hardship area. And 6, question number 052 of 2024 by the member for Mwingi North, Honorable Paul Nzengu, MP, regarding the criteria considered to classify an area as a hardship zone. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 12th March 2022 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to commend the Honorable Joyce Kamene. She has been very consistent in putting questions before the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022, second reading, resumption of debate.
Honorable, yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe before we go to order number 9, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request that you indulge me, Honorable Speaker, on order number 10. Honorable Speaker, on the Committee of the Whole House, we have quite a number of amendments that are in the order paper and many others that have come from different members, and we would want to be able to better understand and consult on many of those amendments, and therefore wanted to seek your indulgence to step down this order number 10 to a later time, Honorable Speaker, as the House Business Committee may reschedule.
Indeed, even if you didn't ask, I approved several amendments 10 minutes to the beginning of this session. And I was going to give time to members who are proposing those amendments to liaise with the proponent of the bill yourself so that you agree on how to proceed. Consequently, and on your request, I'll rearrange the order paper for order number 10 to exit the order paper and be dealt with at House Business Committee again next week. Order number 9, was there any member on the floor? Honorable Nyikal, on order number 9. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek your guidance regarding this Senate bill. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed that this Senate bill, it does not have memorandum of objects and reasons, and I've noted from many of the bills from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I find that this memorandum of objects and reasons is an extremely good guide for understanding what bills are all about. So I just wanted to seek your guidance whether that is how it should be or it's an omission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. Ordinarily, Honorable Nyikal, the moment a bill is passed by whichever house, it leaves behind the baggage called Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, because it's never part of the bill. Once it is passed, it only explains what the bill is all about. So even our bills, when they journey to the Senate, they don't carry those memorandum and objects on the bill. But if any member wants to make reference, you can go to the table office and obtain the memorandum and objects to any bill and use it to inform your arguments and your debate. So it's available, but it's not normally part of the bill once it is passed in either house. You remember we had an argument here with, was it yourself or TJ? on the issue of the memorandum and objects on the housing bill. And I gave you direction that that is just a narrative. It is not a clause in the bill, and it doesn't end up being part of the bill. I think it was TJ. Honorable members, before we go to Honorable Ruku is in the house. He had several minutes left. If he's not, we'll give to any other. But before that, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the gallery: Moi High School, Kabarak, Rongai, Nakuru; Maranda High School. I thought I had acknowledged the presence of Maranda High School. Yes. If they are still in the gallery, pardon? There were 2 batches. So Maranda High School from Bondo in Siaya. Maranda High School was already acknowledged and welcomed by Otienda Molo, a member, and yes, Kabarak High School. You are an old boy. There is a member for Turkana Central who has requested me that is not only an old boy of Kabarak High School, but he has also one of his, is it your daughter or your son, in the delegation. Go ahead and take 1 minute to welcome the school and the other school as well.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to welcome all the schools in the public gallery and in the Speaker's gallery to this house. Honorable Speaker, I want to declare interest that first, I am an alumni of Moi High School, Kabarak, admission number 3364. And number 2, I am a parent of the school. And my daughter is one of those students seated in the Speaker's gallery. She's in 4th year. I wish you well. I wish you success in this year as you sit for your KCSE. Number 2, this is a house of transition, except for yours truly, who has refused, the Speaker, who has refused to transition. We are preparing this house for you. We are setting ground. And that Moi High School, Kabarak, is a school that is built on the values of commitment, fairness, and integrity. I wish that you live by those values, and that on earth we rise. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And from where you are sitting to where I'm sitting, you don't consider that a transition? Yes, yes, Ondo. Give a microphone to
Speaker, I just want to follow up an issue Dr. Nyikal has raised, and I want to put it from a different perspective. Honorable Speaker, when we publish bills here, of course there's that statement whether the bill concerns county governments or not. Yes. And in your ruling in respect for the affordable housing bill, if the subsequent amendments made on the floor of the House removes any reference to the county government, would this still remain a bill that affects the county government? Probably that ruling would require us to be given, because I know quite a number of our colleagues have private members' bill, and I'm one of them, that probably at the onset we thought it affects the county government, but probably after subsequent public participation and after the 3rd reading, we find that any reference to the county government has been amended. How will we treat this matter going forward, so that all my colleagues can know how to handle this matter, especially the new ones, so that we don't have any confusion and apprehension. And this apprehension, Honorable Speaker, is on the view that many of the bills that come from here, unless that government-sponsored bills or by the majority leader, they normally tend to die a natural death when they go to the Senate, or they take inordinately too long to be processed in Senate that you find they lapse. So many of our colleagues are apprehensive of coming up with any bills that have any relevance on anywhere, that where Senate can hijack and assert there is a matter affecting county governments. We need a very clear direction. Even if you don't give it now, probably in due course, we need to be guided so that we know how to draft our bills to avoid the necessary stalling in the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Undo, if you read the Constitution, Article 110, 109, and particularly 110(3), it indicates that a bill, once before introduction, the speakers must resolve the issue as to whether it concerns counties. But if you read that section carefully, it talks of a question arising. For clarity, not all bills starting from this House go to the Senate, but all bills starting in the Senate come to this House. That you must get it clear. The second issue is a member of this House, whether it's the majority leader or even yourself, can bring a bill that on the face of it does not concern counties. But in the course of processing the bill, amendments may come that may raise the question as to whether what is being included in the bill concerns counties or not. At that stage, the Speaker will determine whether that bill concerns counties and then direct for it to go, if it's in the positive, to go to the Senate for further consideration. So there's no lacuna in the law. A question can arise at any time. This is a dynamic clause in the Constitution. When a question arises, even at committee stage, and we agree as a House that this now concerns counties, then we are obligated to send that bill to the Senate for further consideration. Are you clear? Yes, Otiende?
Well-guarded Speaker.
Yes, Otiende?
Mine, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, your guidance on that point is correct, and I'm glad Dr. Undo agrees. Mine is a procedural point, following the point of order by the Leader of Majority. In respect of order number 13, I had thought that perhaps the Leader of Majority might, and is not listening, might also request...
Majority Leader?
I had thought that the majority
point
leader...
of order is directed at you.
I had thought that the majority leader might also request you, Mr. Speaker, to stand down order number 13. This particular order relates to a report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. I had already conferred with the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, who indicated that he was likely to stand it down for the reason that the report is still incomplete, and then it would be reintroduced. And if that was to be so, Mr. Speaker, then at least it would save me raising a certain point of order I was going to subsequently raise, and then I would attend to a different parliamentary engagement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the Honorable Murugara had mentioned to me, and that is what Honorable Speaker was beckoning your attention to also seek your indulgence to reorder order number 11 and 13, Honorable Speaker, to come after order number 12 and order number 14. So that after the natural resources benefit sharing as order number 9, we will move to order number 12, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, then order number 14, before we come back now to order number 11, which is my private member's bill. And Honorable Speaker, one was to allow the Regional Development Authorities Bill, which is a committee bill, to take precedence over the bill that is at order number 11, which is my private member's bill. And also for the reason sought by the chair of JLAC to push down further order number 13.
So the chair JLAC has made no request to the chair, to the Speaker. Do you want to exit order number 13 for now?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The position is that although we tabled a report on it, there is an addendum, in fact, which includes a minority's opinion from Dr. Otiende Amolo, because inadvertently, when I signed the report, I did notice that the minorities report was actually not in there, but it's now going to be in the addendum, which I'll be tabling on Tuesday. So kindly do step it down for us, and the rest of whatever will be in the addendum, we will deal with it that particular time.
Okay, I'll step down order 13 and direct that it comes for time allotment in the House Business Committee of Tuesday. And order number 11 will now be considered after order number 12. Is that what you asked? After order number 14. Clerks, you note that. So let's go back to Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill. As usual, the screen is full. I told you members, I think this is the clerks, when we finish one order, you wipe the screen so that we have order in knowing who wants to speak to the order on the floor. Lillian Kogo, are you for this? Go ahead. You are number one on the screen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I hope it's on the natural resources sharing. Is it?
It is the bill on natural resource benefit sharing.
Okay. Because there's been quite a bit. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Is that what you wanted to speak to?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this chance, Honorable Speaker. And I think this matter came up yesterday. Is still the debate is continuing, and I wanted to add my voice to it. And as a matter of fact, where natural resources exist, it is just important, Honorable Speaker, that from the place where these natural resources are, locals should benefit, and if it is extended to benefit others, then there should be a way of sharing the natural resources, Honorable Speaker. And from the point where I stand, this bill seeks to come up with a way of having locals benefit through the county and at the same time have national benefit from these natural resources. But it also comes, and it is important, Honorable Speaker, that there is a component for international sharing of natural resources, because natural resources would end up benefiting other nationals other than the Kenyan nationals. So it would be important as a house that this is brought in and this is carefully looked at, Honorable Speaker, because Kenya has ratified very many international treaties that deal with natural resources. So, for the sake of complying, Honorable Speaker, with the international instruments that affect this matter, it would be important to enlarge it, make it bigger, so that we don't have to come or land in problems with the instruments, the international instruments that Kenya has ratified that also become part of Kenyan law. And having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to really insist, Honorable Speaker, that where we have any natural resources, it is important that the better benefit is given to the locals from where the natural resources come, so that it empowers the locals and they feel they have ownership. And when they do this, Honorable Speaker, then they are going to protect these natural resources. Honorable Speaker, where we have to share natural resources between the county government and the national government, Honorable Speaker, I would propose, Honorable Speaker, that the better part of it be given to the county government for this simple reason, Honorable Speaker, that they are the hosts, they are the people who have the better part of these natural resources. That the larger percentage is left at the county level, and what is left, given the formula that would have come with, goes to the national government, so that the national government can also have income from the sharing of these natural resources. I want to also say, Honorable Speaker, that for the sake of academia, that when it comes to the sharing of these resources, that much of the benefits of the resources should be left at the local level, Honorable Speaker, for purposes of research. We have several needs of research on what we have. There is a need for value addition. There is need for improvement of value chain. There is need, Honorable Speaker, for marketing of these natural resources. There is need for quite a bit to do with mainstreaming gender in the utilization of natural resources, Honorable Speaker. And when we talk of gender here, Honorable Speaker, we are not only looking at gender, but in terms of sexuality, but we are looking at gender, Honorable Speaker, in terms of gender role. So I want to speak to this matter by emphasizing that this particular proposal, this particular bill is come in good time, Honorable Speaker, and it is important, Honorable Speaker, that when it comes to sharing, we see fairness, Honorable Speaker. We see equality and equity in the sharing of natural resources, Honorable Speaker. We also see sensitivity in attending to what the people who, the custodians of these resources, we must be sensitive to them. It is important that we are sensitive to their voices, Honorable Speaker. It is also important that the younger generation are given the charge in administration of natural resources. They are the ones, Honorable Speaker, who would be there the following time when the current generation is not there. They are the ones who would look up at these natural resources, Honorable Speaker, in the nearest future. So I would propose, Honorable Speaker, that the greater value that is obtained from natural resources, Honorable Speaker, is left with the locals, the counties, but a given amount is taken to the county government, to the national government. But we should also, Honorable Speaker, not forget that we have signed international instruments that affect that we have signed international instruments, Honorable Speaker, that are part of law of Kenya, of which some of it talk to or speak to natural resources. And with much of that contribution, I rise to support this bill, and I say thank you for giving me this opportunity. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Cecilia Ngetit, member for Turkana County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this discussion. Madam Speaker, I want to say the following about the Natural Resource Sharing Bill. We have so many types of resources, Madam Speaker, ranging from those that our country shares with neighboring countries, ranging from those that a county shares with neighboring counties, and those that a county shares with national government, Madam Speaker. Having said that, let me now be specific. The county where I come from, Turkana County, houses several natural resources, Madam Speaker, starting from those that have been explored and those that have not been explored. Madam Speaker, for instance, there is a dam in Turkana that generates power, but Turkana serves, all our big towns suffer blackouts. We don't benefit from the national grid, Madam Speaker. We are only connected to this generated power that is not reliable, and that in a way has affected our development as a county, Madam Speaker. Another resource that this county has was the highly hyped oil, Madam Speaker. The oil that was being explored, Madam Speaker, did not benefit our county simply because such a bill was not in place, Madam Speaker. We had jobs that came with this exploration. We had business opportunities that came with this exploration, but our residents did not benefit as required because there were no clear guidelines, or there was no such a bill that would guide what a community is supposed to benefit from such a resource, Madam Speaker. Some of these resources, especially in our county, fall in places of conflict, Madam Speaker. For instance, there is a geothermal in Silale Hills that happened to be in Turkana East, that is Kapedo, Napeitom Ward. But Madam Speaker, when you look at it, Turkana County has never benefited from it. Simply because somebody somewhere has just messed with paperwork that the specific resource does not come from that county. So, Madam Speaker, it is high time this country mapped its resources and know where exactly they are, so that when we are negotiating on benefiting percentages, we even know when we are talking about this and that resource, it falls where and how that community should benefit, Madam Speaker. So I want to support this resource sharing bill, and we want to really build it so that when it comes to talking to specific resources, counties like Turkana, who have been known for perennial poverty, will start benefiting from its resources that are found there. Something like wind power, Madam Speaker. Wind power is all over like Turkana. Turkana is supposed to be a county that does not suffer from power blackouts. If it is solar is manufactured in Turkana. We are close to the sun, Madam Speaker. So we want to really translate all these resources to be beneficial to our people. So I want really to be part and parcel of this bill so that we put insights on how our people will benefit on resources that come from their own county, and so that our national government will also benefit from these resources that are in our devolved units. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamkunji, you've pulled away your card. He was next. He seems to have left. The Honourable Dr. Makale Mulu, Member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to this important bill, the bill on sharing of benefits from national resources. Honourable Speaker, this bill is very important because this country is endowed with a lot of natural resources. Where I come from, which is Kitui, and the Kitui County more so, Honourable Speaker, we also have a lot of natural resources. We have minerals, we have coal, we have cement producing inputs. Actually, Kitui is very rich in terms of natural resources, Honourable Speaker. And when we see an attempt to put a legal framework which will guide exploitation of these resources, we have no choice but to support such a legal framework. That's why I'm in support of this bill, because as a result of this bill becoming an act of parliament, it will be very clear, Honourable Speaker, what benefits will accrue to the national government, what benefits will accrue to the county government, and what benefits will accrue to the community members. It is very necessary and important, Honourable Speaker, that this categorization is very clearly stated. Because you know, Honourable Speaker, anytime you want to get these natural resources out of wherever they have been found, Honourable Speaker, at times it leads to displacement of community members or communities. And by doing so, Honourable Speaker, it is important that the community members, know very well what benefits will accrue to them. Honourable Speaker, I want to say this. Like where I come from, we have coal, and we have had a number of challenges in exploiting this particular natural resource. And the problem has been, Honorable Speaker, that the community has been raising very critical questions relating to what happens to us when you start exploiting this, in terms of those who are going to be displaced, where would they be resettled? In a situation where people have buried their loved ones, what happens to those graves? Others are even asking questions like, can we be told where we'll be moved to before we even now give way for this exploitation? And unless that is clear to the community members, then most community members will actually put handles to the exploitation of those resources. When it comes to the county governments, Honorable Speaker, because exploitation of these resources will require some infrastructure, either you have to provide water to those sites or you have to do roads. It is also very important that the county government also knows how much will go to them, so that at the end of the day, they have some resources they can use also to develop that area where the resources have been exploited. And naturally, Honorable Speaker, you know things like sand, which is very common in our areas, Honorable Speaker. As you do exploitation of that natural resource called sand, there is a lot of damage done to the environment. There's a lot of damage done to the roads, because the road is carrying sand are heavy and they require very good roads. So over time, you realize that the infrastructure which has been already been developed by the county government gets damaged, Honorable Speaker. And it's on those bases that now we need also to be very clear what share of the benefits will be going to the county government. And then at the end of the day, the national government, because naturally, natural resources are also a national resource. So that even as they benefit the local person, they should also benefit the rest of Kenyans, because this resource also belongs to the Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. So I think this bill, which is going to propose clearly who gets what, requires our support. And I want to relate this bill very clearly, very closely to the mining bill, Honorable Speaker. If you remember, Honorable Speaker, because I know that time you were still here, when we were doing the mining bill, which is now an act of parliament, we had also to be that clear, and we to make sure that public participation is properly done. I hope that the Senate has done public participation on this bill. I hope that our own committee, which is now championing this, has also done public participation, so that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we don't have a bill which will now lead to some people going to court saying we are not consulted. So this is the kind of bill which requires serious public participation, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that the percentages which are going to go to each group should be clearly stated. I see the proposal to get 40-60, which to me looks like would be almost like 50-50, but it's important that these figures at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, are clearly stated, so that there is no time at all when any of the groups who are supposed to benefit will feel like they have been disadvantaged. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, it is also important for Kenyans to note that since these natural resources should be helping this country meet our own budgets in terms of budget deficit, it is important we come up with a framework, Honorable Speaker, where we can take advantage of these natural resources to develop this country. What do I have in mind, Honorable Speaker? I've had many members in this House who come from areas where gold is being mined, complaining that there is no proper structure on how to get this gold out of wherever it is, and then how it benefits the locals. And we have always been talking about the AZIMIO miners, Honorable Speaker, so that we need a very clear framework so that whatever mineral or whatever natural resource we have benefits this country, and not in a small way, in a big way, and more so in funding our budgets. By doing that, Honorable Speaker, we will be increasing our own local revenue and then minimizing the borrowing from external borrowing or even local borrowing. So to some extent, if we got it right through this kind of bills, Honorable Speaker, we'll have no reason but to use our own resources other than borrowing. And we know the challenges we are facing as a country in terms of funding our budgets through public borrowing, because that is leading to serious public debt issues, is leading to issues of paying bills. How I wish that then we could have many of these bills so that we fund our budget. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Oboko Milema, member for Emuhaya.
Honorable Speaker, Thank you for this opportunity. I would wish to indicate that this bill, which basically deals with sharing and how the counties, communities, and the national government can benefit from the natural resources that we do have, on the face of it, it looks very, very good. And in fact, you can be carried away and see that it will be very, very beneficial, of which I'll be speaking to that. But at the end of it, we have to deep down look at the basis on which legal framework it emanated from and see what it means. Because if I may just briefly touch on the legal basis from which it emanated. And earlier on, Honorable Speaker, you noticed two members were asking about the memorandum of this particular bill. You will notice that basically it ends up being a money bill because it intends to create an authority. And that authority will require monies to be put in place both for employment of the people who will work within that particular authority and the many other issues there which require money. And ordinarily, if you go to the parliamentary practice that we use, Honorable Speaker, money bills do emanate from this House. And this particular bill has emanated from the Senate. So there are certain fundamental issues which will be dealt with, away from the good things that I will also be speaking on, but there are fundamental things that we shall need to consider. I don't know if the chairman is listening to this, because money bills ordinarily would have to emanate from this House and not the Senate. But here we have it, and that's the direction it's taking. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I would also be happy and flamboyantly support those whom the face value of this bill seem to create a situation whereby there's good sharing of resources by the communities in that particular place, by the county governments in that particular place. And you heard even earlier speakers say that in the sharing formula, they would advise that more money goes to the county because that is where the resource is found, whether it's the coal being spoken about or the gold in Kakamega Western. And for that bit, it is okay because it then gives the local communities a chance to benefit from a resource that originates from their place and possibly also help in recovery of the exploitation processes that do occur in exploitation of any mineral, whether it's the coal in Ukambani and the gold in Kakamega, where there's a lot of digging and excavations being undertaken. And tourism can never be left out because the Maasais, for the longest time, have wondered why we still keep animals around them and say that we are protecting these animals as a resource that is actually a good foreign income earner, while at the same time for them they don't see the benefits they are getting from those animals, that the wild animals that are around them. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will be precise to indicate that the committee and the chair of this committee will have to slice clearly in his rebuttal, possibly when he will be speaking to this at the end, that there are certain things with this particular law which must be removed. For instance, its placement as a money bill and emanating from the Senate. But there are good things also in this law which allows the local communities and the county people to benefit from the resources in their places. However, deep down again, when you go through the bill, you notice that most of the natural resources, so said and spoken about, there's a sharing formula. There's a sharing formula, Honorable Speaker, for the petroleum products between the counties and even the community and the national government. In fact, if there's just one area where the sharing has not been properly done, it should be water. And those are areas with the chairman I think you should also check. It is water that has not had a proper law on how to share it, because sometimes water runs across. It may begin from Dakaini and end up in Nairobi. So how do we share across all the people, the counties that are benefiting from the water running through them? So finally, you may realize that we may isolate the sharing issue to just water and any other that may have not been legislated on or a formula has not been put in place. With those very few remarks, I want to support the bill, but with reservations that we must straighten it so as to fit our parliamentary practice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Jane Kihara was next, but she's also pulled out her card. The Honorable Christine Ombaka, member for Siaya County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to add my voice to this. When we talk about natural resources and sharing of resources, we see that the time has come for it. Because if you look at various conflicts that we have in this country, they rise because of resources are not properly shared. I have an example of Migingo Island in Lake Victoria, which has been a thorn in the flesh for a long, long time between Kenya government or the people, the fishermen and women, and Uganda. That resource, the Lake Victoria, has never been resolved because somehow there is a problem there, but nobody's ready to sort it out. More often than not, you find that the fishermen are thrown out, their fish is taken away. Sometimes the fish that they have caught on that particular day is taken away, and fishermen are arrested. Some of them are killed. And so that kind of conflict needs resolution. And I believe that this bill can do a lot in sorting out the challenges that people have locally and outside the country, internationally as well. Because Lake Victoria covers many areas, many countries. And so Kenya and Uganda need to restore peace along that area and allow Kenyans and Ugandans to share that resource adequately without violation or controlling that particular area. So I think this is where this bill comes in very handy. I come from Siaya, that is another example, and in one of the constituencies, which is called Game, there is a place that is being rumored as having a lot of gold. That has raised a lot of issues. People have been to my place or to see me to help them solve it. The claim is that strangers have come, people from outside the country. They are not Kenyans. They have come to dig gold in that area. And the threat now is that the people are going to be evicted. They are going to be resettled, if I'm polite enough to use the word resettled. But they are going to be evicted and they have no idea where they are going to go. Secondly, they do not know, even these strangers who have invaded the area. So the complaint is that the natural resource that have been there for years is being taken away, and that they're being removed from their indigenous homes. Their land is going to be taken away, and their own resources that they have put in that place, their homes are being taken away. What about schools and hospitals that are surrounding the area? Those are questions that are being asked that are raising another issue of public participation that is arising from this bill. Was there enough public participation? Was there enough information to the community about strangers coming in, and who are these strangers? Who has given them authority to invade wananchi that much, to come and to throw them out of their own land where they have buried their own people, their own families, and they find it difficult to move out of that. So I've used these examples to demonstrate that when we deal with natural resources, so much needs to be done. We haven't done enough, and problems keep coming, and nobody is addressing this. Therefore, this bill, I believe, will have a long way in addressing the challenges that communities do have among themselves and with the visitors or strangers who are coming from other parts of the country and also outside the country. So, I want to say that I will support this bill wholeheartedly. But another aspect that we need to consider is that we need to involve Ministry of Lands because these are touching on the land issues. When you're digging gold, land is involved. Where is the Ministry of Lands here to save wananchi on this matter? When you're dealing with water, what about Ministry of Water? What about Ministry of Natural Resources? Where are they? Why are they quiet? So I think these are my challenges. These are some of the issues I am addressing, because time has come that natural resources must be protected, must be shared, public participation must be carried on, and everybody should share these resources equitably, so that nobody cries and says that they are being thrown out of their own land when they can be solved and can benefit everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Madam Speaker. I support this bill.
The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I've heard you. What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
Mr. Speaker, under the Standing Order 95 of this House, I'm calling upon you, the Speaker, to request the mover of this motion to reply. It has been discussed extensively.
You've been challenged to indicate the reasons why. Could you proceed, please?
Because this has been discussed since yesterday, and it's exigent that it should be replied to by the mover.
Thank you. I will be considering that question, but after Honorable Naomi Wako has spoken on it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my input to this very important debate, as I support this bill on Natural Resource Benefit Sharing Bill 2022. Honorable Speaker, we know that in our country, many counties are blessed by natural resources that ought to be benefiting the local community. But in the past, the people at the grassroots level have suffered, because when resources are identified, only the rich people and the well-known people make sure that they take advantage of the local people and get hold of the resources and benefit from the resources without considering the local people. And that is why today I stand to support this, because this bill, in part 2 of the bill, there is establishment and management of benefit sharing authority. And from what I have seen, this authority is a body that will help both parties, and it is important because it will safeguard the interest of the local community, of the county, and of the national level and national government. And that is why I feel it should be supported by this noble house, honorable members, so that at least the counties that we come from and that have already identified natural resources can benefit from this. And item number 6, the functions of authority shall be, number 1, coordinate the preparation for the benefit sharing agreement between an affected county and affected entity. That means that all parties, both parties, will be well protected. And if you see what has been captured, it is quite clear that the issue of people having problems and suffering will not be there anymore. And what has really captured my mind is, even under number 6, item D, oversee the administration of funds set aside for community projects to be implemented under benefit sharing agreement. This will help our people to elevate themselves, get out of poverty, and also help people to educate the young people. And even the local community will, through this, then have some benefits in a way that will help the entire country. Again, under E, it is to facilitate and monitor the implementation of benefits sharing agreement entered into between county government and affected entity. Honorable Speaker, it is because of all this I support, and looking at number 8, it talks of the people who will be doing different work, appointment of the members and the members, the general director and all these others who will be holding the office for 3 years and renewable only once. And I stress on that so that some people in the past have been, going back after every 3 years, and others have remained in those entities for like 12 years. We need to create space for others, and when it says that it should be renewable only once. Again, when it comes to employment and appointment of chairperson, number 9, should hold degree from university recognized in Kenya, and number B, has knowledge and at least 7 years. I am happy that this is only referring to 7 years, because in the past we've been talking about 15 years, 20 years, and lately 10 years. 7 years will make it possible for our young people to hold those offices and also bring their knowledge on board so that Kenyans can benefit from their creativity and the innovation that they hold. Honorable Speaker, as that is put into consideration, the counties that natural resources is coming from should be put into consideration so that the local people who qualify for those positions should also be considered. When it comes to number 28A, number 28.2A, county beneficiary committee shall consist the committee executive committee member responsible for finance and all these other things. And then number D says 5 persons, 2 of whom shall be of the opposite gender. I am excited about this simply because it puts into consideration even the gender, because in the past we know very well that gender has not been put into consideration, and when it comes to such appointments, women have been left behind. And even as we consider women, let us also consider the young girls or ladies who are qualified and who are capable to sit in those boards. Honorable Speaker, number 5, the members of the county benefit sharing committee shall elect chairperson from amongst themselves, and all these other things, as I said, will benefit. And mine is just to say that for those of us who come from counties that have already had some conflict in terms like Marsabit, where I come from, there is an area that many people are already there suffering because of gold, and they try to dig the gold, and a lot of interference from outsiders, foreigners and strangers trying to frustrate the local people. A lot of responsibility should be given to the county government, and enough opportunity be given to the local people, because it must benefit them. And when it comes to sharing, it should be 50-50, so that even the local people will benefit fully from that and recognized well in the entire thing. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. It's very good to also inform the House that you make your decision from an informed basis, that the report of the committee on this particular bill was proposing rejection of the bill. And when you look at the many contributions on the bill, seem to support it overwhelmingly. So you need to know that you need to convince the committee otherwise. All the same, a member rose from his place on standing order number 95 and proposed that the mover be called upon to reply. And I now want to put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank members who have contributed towards this, and particularly just because, as you have put it, Honorable Speaker, most of it is true, we support revenue sharing, but at the same time, as we have said in this, we have seen in this bill, proposed bill from the Senate, Honorable Speaker, as we are talking now, the Petroleum Act of 2019 has a formula of how they share revenue from petroleum. The Energy Act, Honorable Speaker, has a formula on how they share the resource on sunlight, that is solar, the geothermal, the wind. All that has been incorporated in the Energy Act. If you go to the Wildlife Act, Act again, Honorable Speaker, on matters to do with how do people benefit from that resource of wildlife in their region, again, there is a percentage in that. And when the committee had that public participation, we conducted a thorough public participation, Honorable Speaker. Most of the, and I said, out of the 19 people or stakeholders who came before the committee, 16 of them did not agree with the proposal, but 3 did agree. And these 3 we understood because they were community-based organization and groupings which had come, but we are just telling them that you need to read in the Petroleum Act. If you are coming from Turkana where we have a petroleum product, then there is a revenue sharing. It is only that petroleum has never gone to the production phase for them to start benefiting. But if you come to Nakuru County, for example, they benefit from the geothermal through royalties. If you go to the Mining Act, Mr. Speaker, Kwale, for instance, now that we have a robust and the President is very keen on matters to do with mining, Kwale last year only, they received royalties amounting to 1 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, it is not that the committee does not want the counties and the communities to, we want each resource to be dealt with at its respective acts of parliament. And that will help us in this sense, Honorable Speaker. And this one we have said, you can't equate sand as a resource with gold. If you say everybody gets 40%, then you will find giving billions of shillings to a county, that then what happens to the other country where other counties do not have this kind of a resource? We understand and we greatly appreciate the sentiment of different people, but most importantly, Honorable Speaker, as you had said again, critically because on the 9th of, not on the 9th of, we had sought some guidance, Honorable Speaker, on the 9th of November 2023, when this bill was read for the first time on the 17th of August 2023. When we started now embarking on the public participation, Honorable Speaker, on the 9th of November 2023, we sought the indulgence of the Speaker to give us a way forward on matters to do with the constitutionality of this bill. And rightfully, as you have said, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution under a money bill, because we mentioned that, if you look at Article 109.5, Article 109.5, that talks about exercise of legislative powers. 109.5 says, a bill may be introduced by any member or committee of a relevant house of parliament. But further, it goes to say, but a money bill may be introduced only in the National Assembly in accordance with Article 114. Again, that is another issue that we needed to look into, Honorable Speaker, on matters of constitutionality, so that again we don't, if we then, and of course I'm not casting aspersions to the Senate, as Honorable Murungara had indicated earlier, so as Honorable Murungara had indicated, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the consistency of the drafting again of the bill, how I wish members were here when Honorable Murungara was executing, and the chair of Justice and Legal Committee. Honorable Speaker, where the bill proposes a chairman to be appointed by the President and then approved by the House of Parliament. House of Parliament is the National Assembly and the Senate. Then does it mean now a chair of an authority will come, get approval here, go to the Senate again, which is inconsistent with the existing laws that we have, the traditions of how we make our laws. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Murungara, how I wish that people were here to, the members were here to listen to him. And we're just saying, we do agree. The only item that has no revenue sharing is about water. And Honorable Speaker, it is our responsibility now as Parliament, particularly the committee that is in charge of water, to start looking into how does that resource of water be able to benefit the area where that water comes from. But Honorable Speaker, again, it is very, I said in when I was moving this motion, the petroleum in Turkana requires water from West Pokot. To get the water to Turkana so that it can push the oil, for the oil to come to the surface, and we start now doing the development. Then that conflict, and you can imagine the inter-county conflict that has, the issue of counties and how they will be, geothermal might be coming maybe 4 counties away from where it is being drilled. So these are all the issues that we have been looking to. So I want to thank honorable members that for your contribution, but also taking into consideration that our committee recognizes there are some legislation which have very robust revenue sharing. And I think that is what we would be wanting, because all the ministries that came before us, they please allow us to continue with the formulas that we have within our respective ministries and the natural resource that we are undertaking, and there has never been any quarrel that we are not getting enough. The only problem that arose is that, like petroleum, we never went to the production stage where now Turkana. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, as a country also and Parliament, we also need to be very careful so that we don't give a county a resource. I happen to be the chair of energy when we did the Energy Act in 2019, Honorable Speaker, and you could imagine that time at only 10%, Turkana County was going to get thrice the normal county allocation, thrice, and that we were going to get over 60 billion shillings. Do they have now, the question comes, do we have the capacity for them to be able to absorb that? If there is a problem in the 20 billion, and how then do you add 60 billion from a certain resource? And most importantly, Honorable Speaker, there are some countries which do not have resources. And this country needs to, and this House needs also to think about those counties which have no resource. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, what's your point of order?
I'm not sure whether I should raise it now that you are sat down, but I was just wondering whether his definition of what a money bill is accurate under Article 114. Because my understanding of royalties is very different from the various aspects that are included in a money bill, such as taxes, investments, public charge on public funds. I think it is quite different. So I'm not so sure whether the honorable member is not misinterpreting what the definition of money bill under Article 114 of the Constitution is.
Very well. Though we don't have a lacuna, because the definition of a money bill is there in law and the Constitution, which you can both refer to. But then, Chair, do you have any...
Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with my much honorable Karori. And that is, I'm not saying I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a member of Parliament. And so I do understand a little bit of law. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, if he was here early enough, is that we had sought the indulgence of the Speaker on the 9th of November to be able to give us a way forward. Had the Speaker given us that way forward, we wouldn't be at this lacuna. But I just still want to say that the Speaker still needs to look at this before Last, as I finish, Honorable Speaker, I wish to request for the deferment of putting of the question pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Speaker who was on the floor is already exhausted, so he's concluded his business, and therefore, like he has requested that we defer the putting of the question until the next sitting, it is most obliged and so directed, and therefore we move to the next order.
Order number 10, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, second reading.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. On behalf of the Regional Development Committee, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, to now be read a second time. Honorable Speaker.
Order. Members, the order paper was rearranged because you may notice that what has been read as order number 10 is actually order number 12. So we are on order number 12. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bill was read a first time on Tuesday, 6th of June, 2023, and committed to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development for consideration and reporting to the provisions of Standing Order 127. Honorable Speaker, this bill was proposed in the 12th Parliament, and it was done through the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, and the bill only reached the second stage as Parliament was adjourned. So it is therefore important that the bill is now considered by this House to its conclusion for the intended objectives to be achieved. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks, and this is now the most important, I think, for members, that this bill seeks to consolidate the laws relating to regional development authorities and to provide for the establishment, functions, and powers of the 6 regional development authorities. And these authorities include the following, which we now want to standardize: the Coast Development Authority, which was established under the Coast Development Authority Act, Cap 449. And then 2, the Ewasonyiro North River Basin Development Authority, established under the Ewasonyiro North River Basin Development Authority Act, Cap 448. Now C, Ewasonyiro South River Basin Development Authority, established under the Ewasonyiro South River Development Authority Act, Cap 447. And the Kerio Valley Development Authority, established under the Kerio Valley Development Authority Act, Cap 441. And then DE, the Lake Basin Development Authority, established under the Lake Basin Development Authority Act, Cap 442. And 6, or F, Tana and Other Rivers Development Authority, established under the Tana and Other Rivers Development Authority Act, Cap 443. So, Honorable Speaker, what this bill seeks to achieve is now try to bring these 6 RDS under one law, under one act, by repealing all these other ones and then now having all the 6 RDS, consolidating all those laws into one, so that we now standardize the workings and functions of the regional development authorities. Now, Honorable Speaker, as stated, these authorities are established by separate acts of Parliament. Therefore, the bill seeks to merge the establishment and operations of the 6 authorities under a single act of Parliament. So that is the main objective of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill also seeks to standardize the functions of the authorities subject to the unique areas of operation of each regional development authority. Now, the functions of this regional development authority, Honorable Speaker, include the following: advising the Cabinet Secretary on matters relating to conservation, management, sustainable development, and the utilization of basin-based natural resources. 2, or B, coordinating, planning, and implementing policies and programs related to integrated development and sustainable utilization of natural resources. C, initiating, undertaking, and coordinating studies on conservation and sustainable utilization of natural resources. D, maintaining a database of the natural resources and formulating and disseminating a long-range development plan. And E, monitoring and evaluating basin-based integrated development programs and projects. Now, Honorable Speaker, the institutional framework of Regional Development Authority Bill 2023 proposes the establishment of 6 regional development authorities. Now, the composition of each board will consist of a managing director, who will be the CEO, and 9 board members. Now, Honorable Speaker, the members are to be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of regional development and ASALs. And the standardization of the institutional framework of the regional development authorities shall promote integrated basin-based development within their respective regions. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill further standardizes the membership of the boards of each authority in line with best practices in corporate governance. Now, Honorable Speaker, the bill establishes a board of each authority with a total of 12, but we'll be proposing amendment here, members. Now, the Committee on Regional Development, in its consideration of the bill, proposes a reduction of the board members from 12 of the board members to 9 from 12, excluding the ex officio, who is the managing director. In line with the Mongoso Code of Governance for State Corporations. Now, Honorable Speaker, the financial implication of the bill include remuneration for the Regional Development Authority boards, financing of the Regional Development Authority buildings, policy implementation, and research. Now, Honorable Speaker, the direct benefit of the bill includes better coordination, collaboration and synergy between the different regional development authorities, and this is through standardization, like we have said, of their functions at the boards. Now, for example, stalled projects in the different regions shall be better considered under the new institutional framework. Now, Honorable Speaker, the government is keen to implement policies on economic growth, alleviation of poverty, and development of infrastructure, industries, social services, and amenities. Now, the current legal and policy framework of regional development authorities include the National Policy on ASALs 2012, Intergovernmental Relations Act of 2012, now Devolution Policy of 2016, and the Sessional Paper number 1 of 1986, Sessional Paper number 1 of 1994, and Sessional Paper number 2 of 1996, and the Vision 2030. Honorable Speaker, if we can go to some comparative analysis of similar bills in different countries, Honorable Speaker, for example, in Bangladesh, the Bangladesh Rural Development Board operates under the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Cooperatives. They receive funding from the national government to implement rural development programs such as infrastructure projects and poverty reduction initiatives. Its organizational structure consists of central office located in Dhaka, the capital city, and several field offices at the districts and sub-district levels. And poverty alleviation initiatives in Bangladesh. Its central office provides policy guidance, coordination, and resource management, while the field offices facilitate grassroots level engagement and program implementation, ensuring the needs of rural communities are addressed. Now, through its multifaceted approach, now the Bangladesh model contributes to the sustainable development and improvement of rural livelihoods in that country. Now, Honorable Speaker, in South Africa, for example, Now, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is responsible for regional development, working closely with the provincial and local governments to ensure accountability. It operates as a national government department under the Ministry of Cooperatives, Governance and Traditional Affairs. It has a central office located in Pretoria and provincial offices in each of the 9 provinces. Now, Honorable Speaker, the institutional framework of South Africa supports the principle of cooperative governance, effective service delivery, and recognition of traditional leadership. Now, providing policy guidance, intergovernmental coordination, and promoting traditional affairs, the South African model aims to enhance governance, improve service delivery, and foster partnerships between different spheres of government in South Africa to enhance regional development. Now, Honorable Speaker, it is of great importance that this country emulates the approach taken by other countries for the economic good of its citizens. Now, Honorable Speaker, as I come to the conclusion of what I wanted to highlight, I just want to basically summarize and tell members and the honorable members here, just for information, that what this bill seeks to achieve basically is, 1, to standardize the laws relating to regional development authorities. 2, standardize their functions. 3, standardize the memberships of the board. And finally, align this bill to the new or the 2010 constitution. Because remember, when I was going through, each of these RDS was established through Act of Parliaments way back before the new constitution. So that is what this bill seeks to achieve. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because I don't want to belabor much here, I wish to submit that the standardization of the regional development authorities is important, as it will not only ease the interagency cooperation, but it will also simplify compliance and regulatory processes, therefore improving the legal and institutional framework for the RDS. Now, the RDS in Kenya have the potential to bring about positive change and promote inclusive growth throughout the country. Honorable Speaker, remember that the 6 RDS cover the entire country. One RDA could be covering about 6 counties. Like, for example, the KVDA, the Kerio Valley Development Authority, covers Turkana, West Pokot, Baringo, Samburu, Elgeyo Marakwet. Similarly, the Lake Basin Development Authority covers almost the whole of Western Kenya. And then we have the Coast Development Authority covering the coast region. We have the Tana and other rivers, the Ewasonyiro North and South. So all that combined covers the whole of this country. And Honorable Speaker, also remember that the RDAs, one RDA transcends counties, and their demarcation is based on river basins. So it is important that, because sometimes there can be confusion, that what is it that cannot be done by counties that RDS needs to do. There are certain projects and programs that can be undertaken that cut across counties. And the best peoples, the best authorities that are suited to do this will be the RDS. Because RDS, like for example, the KVDA, for example, can work in a project that cuts between West Pokot and Turkana, West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot and Samburu, or Tiati and Samburu. So that is why these RDS are very, very important, and they will need to be supported. Now, the RDS in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, have the potential to bring about positive change and promote inclusive growth, as I've said, throughout the country. By addressing the challenges currently faced by the RDS, they can become powerful catalysts for achieving balanced regional development and propelling Kenya towards a more prosperous and equitable future. Honorable Speaker, I want to point out here that using RDS, we are likely to achieve equitable development if we empower the regional development authorities. And Honorable Speaker, I can also say here that the RDS are a bit versatile. Their mandate is so broad and they can undertake many activities and projects and programs. So using them, we can achieve development quickly, urgently, and equitably. So that's, so Honorable Speaker, I think I have met that in a way of moving this bill. Honorable Speaker, with the few remarks I've made, I now want to request the Honorable Major Deko, the member for Garissa Township, to second this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Major.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, to be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, as been mentioned by the chair of our committee, whom I also want to congratulate on behalf of the other members for taking as well during this process of addressing this bill. This bill was first read on 6th of June 2023, and it was committed to our committee for consideration and reporting back to the House. Mr. Speaker, the intention of this bill is to consolidate the laws relating to regional development as it is as of now. It is important to know that these authorities are established through different acts of parliament in the past. These authorities are 6 in number, and they cover the whole region. Northern, the Rift, Kerio Valley covering the North Rift, Wasanjono South covering the South Rift, Lake Basin Development Authority covering the western region of the country, North Wasanjuro North covering the northern part of the country, Tarda covering the central part, and the Coast Development Authority covering the coast region of this country. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to standardize the functions of the authority subject to unique areas. Each authority covers a certain region, and therefore, considering that uniqueness of the operation of that area is how this bill tries to standardize, and also standardize the functions and the boards of these authorities. Mr. Speaker, the boards of these authorities, it's important also to note that we considered the fact that these members of the board must be considered from the regions where these regional authorities are operating in. Pursuant to these provisions of Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Order 127, the committee put up an advertisement in the daily papers of this country on June 12th, 2023, and invited public participation for a representation of this bill. And we received a number of memorandums from, including East Africa, from different stakeholders, including East Africa Community, Ministry of East Africa Community, and ASAL and Regional Development, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Kenya Law Reform Commission, and Council of Governors, and National Gender and Equality Commissions. We considered all the recommendations and the memorandums of these stakeholders, and we held a number of public participation in Kilifi, Kisumu, Isiolo, and Elgeyo Marakwet counties on the 26th, from the 26th of October to the 4th of November 2023. Mr. Speaker, during the public hearings in the various counties, members of the public, either individually or representing institutions and organizations, made presentation to the committee, and we took into consideration these their memorandums. And for that, a few remarks, I second the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023 be now read a second time. Wilberforce, Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the bill submitted or sponsored by my good friend Peter. Honorable Speaker, from the classrooms, we're always told regional economic development bodies were the engines of rural development. It has been a long journey from sessional paper number 6 of 1960-something, where we were told development will go to areas that have got competitive advantage. As a result, there has been disproportionate development index in this country that seemed to favor some specific regions in this country and neglected many other regions in this country. I think it was on this basis that during the term of the late President Moi, Moi, the greatest president we have ever had, that they started the idea of some form of devolution, district focus, rural development, and those kind of things. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I have got very nostalgic memories of the President Moi. I have no apologies to make. Honorable Speaker, over the years, these regional development authorities have run into headwinds, financially, management, and in their bid to discharge their mandate. Their mandate has been, has been affected because the way they are organized, the way they are structured, and the way they are funded. Honorable Speaker, at the advent of devolution, many governors were against this regional development on the pretext that this regional development were duplicating their duties. And it has been an uphill task trying to convince them that this regional development have got a specific duty, a specific role that they need to do. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, you have seen this has been a scramble of various governors and county governments to come together and establish some called regional development blocks, LEREB, I don't know whatever they are called, which have only been development agencies on paper. And many of us, Honorable Speaker, remember some years back in the Western region, they collected money purporting to want to form some kind of a local bank. Where that money went to, it's only God who knows, will let us know. But we want to make it very clear that when we look at Article 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, it's very clear that a national state organ shall ensure reasonable access to services in all parts of the Republic, insofar as it is appropriate to do so, having regard to the nature of the service. The national government still retains a substantive amount of functions that has been allocated to it under the 4th schedule. It cannot in any way run away from that responsibility. It must continue to discharge that responsibility. Honorable Speaker, the regional board or development bodies, authorities as they exist today, Honorable Speaker, have got cross-cutting mandate, have cross-cutting functions that cuts across various counties. For example, if you look at the Victoria Development Authority that is purported now to be called to be brought into this from a separate one, Lake Basin Development Authority covers Kavirondo Gulf, covers so many areas, and it will be practically impossible that issues of conservation, issues of some kind of development, that you can leave it to account to a single county government. And that's why I want to laud my friend Peter for having decided that let's bring together these authorities. They were in scattered legislations, which it was difficult to know exactly what each was doing. So now bringing them under one purview of an act, any person who is interested in regional development will pick this particular bill, review it, and make an informed decision on how to proceed. Honorable Speaker, more or less, the bill aligns all the management structure of the various development authorities to the Mwongozo guide and the current practice that we have in this country of a fairly limited, a smaller board, a smaller and fairly focused board. Honorable Speaker, at the plenary of the Committee of the Whole House, I would want actually to challenge or ask, we will move amendments. When you look at the appointment of board members, there are of course the typical ones, the principal secretary for the time responsible for regional development, for the time responsible for finance, responsible for the time responsible for environment, and the rest. But there is now 8 other members appointed by the cabinet secretary, all of whom shall be appointed from the area affected by the operations of the authority. Honorable Speaker, we are handing the cabinet secretary unfitted powers. We are handing the cabinet secretary unchallenged authority to appoint even the most deserving and their cronies, as we have seen. At that particular point, Honorable Speaker, why can't we be innovative enough? How can't we be novel enough? For example, Honorable Speaker, as we set up, for example, the Sugar Board, we provided for election of members to sit in the board who come from that area. Why can't we borrow the structure that we have such in such a manner, be it to the Development Authority, be it whatever, there is an elective process where we get the representatives of the people of the local area. Why can't we style it in such a way that those who are interested shall apply? And once they apply, there is a competitive process of nominating them or identifying them instead of leaving it to the whims of the cabinet secretary. I've tried to look, Honorable Speaker, under part 3, and I thought probably we would have cured that shortcoming. Unfortunately, there is not a very clear way that is indicated how to appoint these people. Because, Honorable Speaker, these are development agencies of the national government, are development agencies of any state organ that has got any function or an activity to undertake there that needs to be done. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at this bill, and then you look at the disaster management bill, I don't know how they seem to speak together. And I would even have asked that some bits in the disaster management bill can be migrated to this particular bill, because these development authorities understand far much better the terrain, understand far much better the ecological and environmental issues of these particular areas. Probably over time, they have established adequate systems of identifying things that requires to be done. Honorable Speaker, for example, my neighboring constituency, Budalangi, they perennially are affected by floods. And through the Lake Victoria-based development basin, they have developed early warning systems that enables it to find out there is heavy rains in Mount Elgon. Or the consequence, there is going to be flooding in Budalangi. So they send out early warnings. So that's why, Honorable Speaker, we must give this authority some bits of intervention in terms of disaster management as they pursue the mandates they were given at independence or during Moi's days. Honorable Speaker, the county governments have got a lot of money for development. We must also look for ways where they can contribute towards these development bodies to enable them to discharge their duties. With those very many remarks or few remarks, I want to thank my colleague, and I second the bill, and will make necessary amendments at the right time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Adan Haji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for
availing this opportunity. I have read through this bill, and I do not concur with the originators of the bill, because during the establishment of these regional authorities, those who are in charge establishing must have looked at how our country is, in that the different part of the country has got different needs. It has got different ecological system. It has got different environmental status, and hence each regional organization was established in order to suit the needs, aspirations, and priorities of that region. By putting them together under one law and putting their functions the same, more or less the same, this now will make these regional authorities to be the same. For example, if we take the the Lake Basin Authority, we look at the blue economy that is in that area. You look at the fish and all other resources that are within that area. That is what that regional authority is supposed to emphasize seriously, compared to Wasonyiro North Development Authority, which is supposed to be looking at the camel and the goat. The ecological zones are quite different, and therefore my argument is that they should have specific functions for that specific area, and their development should be geared towards the need of that area, towards the what we call the comparative advantages of the resources that are there. If their functions are made the same, in some areas of this country there is oil resource. In other areas there is no oil resource. And if you put their functions similar or the same, and they are supposed to be doing the same thing, then it will beat the logic of having formed different regional authorities. So my argument is that they should be the way they are now. If we have to change anything, we should change how they can perform better, how they can be funded better, and how the management, such as the board of members, the board can be improved better. Even in the laws that says a lot of the board should be coming from that area, that beats the inclusivity and equal opportunity for these countries. We need integration in this country. We need somebody from Mandera to sit in the board of Lake Basin Authority, and somebody from Nyanza to sit in Wasonyiro Development Authority. That is inclusion. That is inclusivity in the country. That is cohesion of this country. But by trying to segregate it and saying that the board should only come from that area, we need different minds, we need different experiences for the development to happen. With these few remarks, I object. Thank you. The Honorable Robert Basil, MP Yatta.
Peter for bringing this bill to the floor of the House. From the onset, I think I support the bill. The reason why I support the bill, standardization does not mean same functions. So I don't know why my brother, where he's reading that they are going to perform same role, where he's reading that from. Because through standardization, Mr. Speaker, we are going to ensure proper utilization of resources and then ensure we mitigate aspects or elements that results to wastage of resources through embezzlement of public resources. Mr. Speaker, through standardization, we'll also ensure that we minimize duplication of roles and efforts, and that is going to yield efficiency when we have these regional bodies operating under unified law. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate that through standardized functions, these particular bodies will be able to achieve a coordinated approach in monitoring the interventions of the different bodies, and that would give us the desired results and the proper utilization of public resources. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate another very essential point as to why I'm supporting is because this particular law or this particular bill, number 7 of 2023, will ensure membership of these bodies are unified or standardized. These will actually make it possible to give us the desired results by having people who are qualified to deliver or to discharge duties provided for in the different bodies under this particular law. Mr. Speaker, although I support the bill, I'll also have to bring an amendment based on Article 40, Section 1, whereby the common seal as given or stipulated under this bill says that a particular person will be the chairperson of the MD of the Regional Development Authority, will be the person authenticated to put a common seal. Mr. Speaker, I said having that could result to unnecessary bureaucracies and contribute to delays when discharging duties of these bodies. So that's an amendment I'll bring later on when it will be in the committee of the whole House. Otherwise, I support the bill and applaud the team that crafted the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also lend my voice to this bill, and to thank the chair of the committee for the attempt to try and bring some order into the management of these regional bodies. Mr. Speaker, however, I have a slightly different view and thoughts as far as these regional bodies are concerned. You will remember that most of these are independence era organizations, started in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s. And while it is good and prudent to think whether the laws that govern them are aligned or not, I think it is a much more important activity to take stock of what they have achieved in the 30 or 40 years of their existence. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also very important that we check whether these regional development authorities, how well are they aligned with the Constitution, and especially, devolution. The fact that they have been cross-cutting, they have cross-cutting functions. You'll find some of them are dealing with irrigation, some are owning dams that are used for power generation, others are conducting different economic activities. I personally think this is a source of confusion, because when we start looking at the backward integration to the different ministries, you find that one regional authority is dealing with matters domiciled in the Ministry of Agriculture, is dealing with matters domiciled in the Ministry of Energy, is dealing with matters even sometimes domiciled in the Ministry of Health. And again, if you look, they were all formed around the river basins. The initial tenants were around issues around water, conservation, and things like that, most of which functions are now under the ministries or specific national organizations that have been mandated to deal with these functions, whether it's Kenya Wildlife Services, Kenya Forestry Services, and the various organizations that deal with different conservation activities. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a need to do some soul searching, because a country that desires to develop and progress must always constantly review its model. The model of regional development authorities, maybe it's time we think, through it and just see whether it is working for us. What have they been able to deliver? At least for KVDA, we know it delivered, the Kerio Dam, which ideally, there has been the push and pull together with KenGen on how to manage that resource. And we see different examples of that in various other places. On the onset of devolution, we also established what we are calling the Regional Waterworks Company. You will see, I don't know, Northern Waterworks Company, Tana and Tana Development, Waterworks Development Company, Athi Development Water Company. So again, we need to see how whether this is bringing duplication, in terms of how we run as these authorities. And because of the constraints that we are having currently in the exchequer and the need to utilize our resources much more efficiently, I would have thought the creators of this bill would have gone ahead, would have gone further, other than just this cosmetic cure to basically bring standardization in terms of the operations and the laws. And it is good to say, for purpose of my, the Honorable MP Haji, who has said that, now they have been, the functions have been standardized. When you actually look at the bill, each organization has its, things cut out. I think all they are trying to do is to try and align the laws and put them under one standard bill. But I think more importantly than even the standards is to say, what else, how can we make them much more efficient? How can we make them much more effective? Where are the areas of duplication together with all these other waterworks companies that have been created? Also to say, how do they align with the issues of devolution? How do these cross-cutting functions then create duplication and confusion across the various ministry departments? So, Mr. Speaker, I feel that maybe instead of this review of an integration of these regional authorities, the committee would have done a much more serious soul searching and maybe create a totally new framework, one that is aligned with the current realities in the country, one that is aligned with where we want to go as a country, to ensure that we have organizations and institutions that basically serve the purpose. Because as we speak, these authorities have not delivered much. I do not support the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I support the principle of the bill. And I do because what were the purposes of the authorities? They were to take advantage of peculiar opportunities in different areas so that those potentials could be exploited and promote local development, support employment of the people, support business and economic activities in those areas, and provide local employment in a much wider area with a big multiplier effect. Mr. Speaker, have we achieved this? These authorities are known more by their names than what you have achieved. And Mr. Speaker, the other reason has been they haven't really got a lot of support from the government. The impact has been relatively little from them. The support given to them has not been much, and they have tended also to veer, many of them, from their mandates. You find some that actually have gone into real estate, and you wonder how that is to do with local development. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the need to look at them, but as my colleague has said, I think it has not been deep enough. Because basically what this bill has done is actually just take the regional authorities and give them the same legal structure. So it's like you just took the various bills, and after you give them one format, then you put them back together. I don't think that may be adequate, although the principle is good. But if done properly, and maybe we look at it at the time of the third reading, it may be easier to oversight them. If they have a similar structure, the structures you need to oversight them will be easier. If they have a similar legal framework, it will be easier to oversight that. So, Mr. Speaker, I do that, but it does raise some issues. Now, there are three. There are more than the three, actually 5 linked, but they now have 3 structures they're dealing with. They're dealing with the national government structures. They're dealing with their own structures, but there is also a lot to do with the county government, which they will have to contend with. So I think we need a more detailed approach so that those 3 aspects are really cleaned out, which I've not seen here. And the final danger we have is actually a danger of bureaucracy. If a single oversight is done and we don't do it properly, we can create a huge bureaucracy covering a large areas of the country. To that extent, I support the principle, but I think we'll have to look at it very seriously at the time of the committee of the whole house and see what amendments can bring so that this good principle that was brought out is actually achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Lisa Chelule. Do you want to speak on this?
No, I'm sorry.
The Honorable Francis Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also address this issue, the bill brought by my friend, the Honorable Peter. First of all, I want to thank him for putting a lot of effort. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important that we thank the people who created these regional development authorities, because I think they had wisdom in what they were doing. And Mr. Speaker, I think what the chair has done and his committee is quite commendable, because what they have done is to look at the legal framework of the entire system and try to address the inefficiencies which they have actually been there over time. We know, Mr. Speaker, most of these regional development authorities have not been efficient. Most of them has been a source of employment. And Mr. Speaker, I think what we are now trying to do is to look at these authorities afresh. I support the legal framework by the chairman, but we need to look at these authorities and do some audit and ask ourselves, have we gotten the value for the money? Have been giving these authorities enough money to operate? We also look at the issues of governance, the issue of the membership of the boards. Chair, I support. I once worked with KMC, and I thought the issue of many board members should not be there. And I support this. Bill. Chair, I also want to say that I support the member from Mandera, that we still need to have that unique role of these authorities. Because if you cannot, there are things which the authority in the northern part of the country are doing which is different from Lake Basin Development Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at these authorities afresh. See whether there is a loss for government. Are we putting our money there and not pulling back what we are supposed to do? Although, Chair, we must look at the issues which these authorities were not looking for economic per se. They are also looking for some social activities to support the region. So we cannot look at the profit aspect. So, Chair, I want to support this motion, that this bill, because it is going to assist our people. And you see, what we need to do now is to align ourselves to the manifesto of the Kenya KWANZA. What does Kenya KWANZA want? Is it in line with what this government wants? So I really support the legal framework. but I think we need to put a lot of discussion and conversation on whether these authorities are really giving us services required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Andrew Okwame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me say that I support the bill. I support the bill because regional development authorities affect me personally because I live close to Lake Victoria, covered by Lake Basin Development Authority. Mr. Speaker, to speak the truth, these regions were started for a purpose that include the development of the areas they cover and beyond. They are useful tools of development, but they have also problems of their own which must be taken care of, not just by the people living close to, for example, Lake Victoria. I was using as my example. I say this because if I use Lake Victoria as a base of what I want to say, I do realize that Lake Victoria is fed by rivers coming from far areas than even my own county or the counties around Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria has been polluted. Environmentally, it is being affected by what is happening, things which are caused by human beings. And these are basically through the rivers and also through the lake itself. The people living upstream have a lot to do with the water flowing into Lake Victoria. And because the Lake Development Authority covers a much bigger area than the counties surrounding the lake, if they join together under the authority, they can be able to control the kind of water that flows into Lake Victoria and also control what's happening with the lake itself. I'm seeing the Development Authority very useful, mainly because it is covering many regions. I do not want to talk of air pollution, which also affects the lake, directly or indirectly. And if we use the region, then we can be able to control what is happening within the lake. I'm saying this because I do realize that Lake Victoria has a lot to do with fish, which is covering the whole country. And therefore, we need to join together as a region in order that we ensure what comes from the lake, the water that comes from the lake, the fish that comes from the lake are fit for human consumption. Mr. Speaker, regional authorities are useful as they are in Kenya and even beyond. If I go beyond Kenya, we have, for example, East African Community. It is a regional kind of thing. That's why even in Bonga we have regional integration as a committee to cover the region, some of which cover Lake Victoria, Kerio Valley, Development Authority, and the rest of them. I think we should strengthen these regional authorities by identifying the problems they have and eliminating these problems and ensuring that we strengthen them more so that they can be useful for us as a people and for us
as people needing development in their various areas. Mr. Speaker, I once again say that I do support the bill, and I am hopeful that we are going to do the needful to ensure that we benefit from this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gitonga Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill in principle, although I think the very idea upon which this bill is formulated has been overtaken by events. First and foremost, the reason I support is that we know for sure that we have more than 6 acts of parliament which deal with individual regional development authority. So every regional development authority has its own act to which you must refer to when you want to know exactly what that authority does. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it may not be clear to us why we actually set up these authorities those years of yore, but I believe, in spite of my good friend Dr. Oundo heaping praises on our late President Daniel Arap Moi, the idea at that time was to try and work on something similar to devolution that time. He came up with several strategies on how to move resources from Nairobi to rural areas, including the famous district focus for rural development strategy, and then these regional developments which were modeled along regions of Kenya at independence. Maybe also there was an element of job creation, trying to get employment for his friends and cronies of that time, so that at least there would be some regional balancing in what was being done. Is this useful today? That's what we must ask ourselves. Do we need several regional development authorities when we actually have counties, 47 of them, that are supposed to be dealing with every aspect that is not dealt with by the national government? We must ask ourselves, are we not spreading the resources of the country too thin when every budget cycle we have to allocate a small amount of money to many regional development authorities, or almost under one ministry, whether Ministry of Water and Irrigation, whether it is energy, whether it is what ministry? Do we really have to do this? In my own estimation, this is a good idea whose time has come to an end. We should now be working towards folding up all these authorities and vesting them in county governments, so that when it comes to Tana and Athi, we have actually counties in the eastern region which deal with water and irrigation. The same applies to Central, which also is under Tana water. The same applies to those who are in Nyanza and Western Kenya, where we have the Lake Basin, Ewaso Nyiro, and all these other authorities. It is the high time we actually folded them up, put all the responsibilities under county governments, and where county governments are not able to do it, we now have ministries which have lesser responsibilities because the huge responsibilities were eased by counties. So I have gone through the bill, and for all intents and purposes, I do agree we should actually bring them together now, so that when it comes to which regime of law applies to regional authorities, we all know that there is a Regional Development Authorities Act as soon as this is assented to. In that way, we do not have to grapple and grope in darkness when it comes to where to find law which applies to which authority. I do agree that it's also important to set out the authorities in the law. We have done this. We have also tried to actually give the functions of each of these authorities, and at the conclusion of it, we are also doing the boards. And these boards, again, we must look at them. Number one, the membership is too high, 11 of them. We should not be more than 7, as required by our constitution. No reason whatsoever why we should have more than 7 members of the boards. Number 2 is whether we really need these boards as we consider and ponder over folding up these organizations. That is important. We have also included finally towards the end of the act how these authorities would be administered and the financial provisions that have to be made when it comes to budgeting. It is also important to note that we have delegated to the Cabinet Secretary in charge of regional development the authority to make delegated legislation, that is subsidiary laws and rules that are required to actualize this act of parliament which we are debating now, and we do not have a problem with all this. But my own view, and as I support, is we must sit down now as a country and examine ourselves as to whether we require these authorities. Then to the authorities, as we put them under one statute, we would want to see a lot more of what they are doing in the regions. It is not just a question of when I go to Nyeri to talk to Tana Water, and it's also important to note that apart from these authorities, we have other smaller entities which resemble these ones, like the Tana and Athi River Development Authority, as another entity known as Tana Waterworks, which is based in Nyeri. What they do differently, I have no idea. So all this is actually a conglomeration of entities that may not be serving any useful purposes apart from, as usual, bloating the government and gobbling up money that is supposed to go possibly to the county governments on an increased level, or money that should remain with the national government, properly utilized under ministries, and then the Kenyans are able to enjoy the fruits from their government. This is important. Therefore, Honorable Peter, as we pass this bill for you, also consider what we should be doing next regarding these 6 authorities and the other smaller works, whatever they are called, waterworks, the agencies or whatever they are called. Can we do something to ensure that we don't just split this, multiply it, mutate it into whatever it is? At the end of the day, Kenyans get nothing out of this. Those remarks, I do support the bill.
The Honorable Jackson Lekumontare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I think what was brought here is that how these authorities will be standardized. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when these authorities are standardized, it does not mean that they do the same functions. Each and every authority has its own functions. And Mr. Speaker, the primary purpose of these authorities when they are created was to look at the needs of that place and the requirement in terms of development. And Mr. Speaker, it is true, some of these places, some of the parts in Kenya are still behind in terms of development. There are some areas, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we have county governments, still there is no water. And this will now bring these authorities to be still important in some areas. And Mr. Speaker, it is true in this country of ours. In fact, although we need things to be equal, but we are not yet there, Mr. Speaker. We look at even what the Constitution is trying to do. In the Constitution, it created something called equalization fund, so that it will bring other areas which were left behind to par with the others. But what have we done? We have all said we are still not equal to others. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very important authorities to some of us. And you can go to some parts in this country, there are no surely roads. And in other places, there are roads all over. So we better go with these authorities and we line them with the Mongoso, even which will guide all the departments and all the ministries in government, so that at least we can have something uniform. And it is not, if you look at maybe the appointment of the directors or the CEO, the requirement should be the same. Not that in another authority, we need somebody who has 5 years experience and in another one 10, and all these authorities which are in fact at the same level. So I think this is very important. We need to align, even in terms of education of the directors of these authorities. We don't expect to see some people maybe required somebody with a master's while others a degree. It will bring all of them to a standard thing, so that we are all the same. And it is very important, Mr. Speaker. I want really to support this, so that we have a law which is bringing all these authorities together. And it is not to say that they do the same function. For example, if we have a Northern Water Service Board, as we used to call it, it will still do the functions which they were doing before. If the elect person does something different, it is still going to do that. It's not that they have to do, because the needs in our places are not the same. So I think this is a good idea. Let's support it, so that we can have standardized law in all these authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable John Mtunga, Tigania West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill intends to consolidate laws relating to regional development authorities, provide for establishment of powers and functions of regional development bodies, which in my opening statement, Honorable Speaker, is already there. So, Honorable Speaker, maybe the question is, why should we consolidate these laws? And why should we put all of them under one legislation? What shall we be trying to achieve? Honorable Speaker, I would like to share some experience in agriculture. We consolidated 8 different state corporations and formed one called AFA. We did not do what was supposed to have been done to AFA in order to make it functional and improve on efficiency and effectiveness. So AFA is blamed today for having not been optimally functioning, and therefore everybody blames their problems on AFA. Well, what we need to do is actually make these regional bodies work. Madam Speaker, let's revisit the issue of forming regional bodies. Number one, of course, we are calling them regional, and they are regional in approach. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, they respond to specific and peculiar needs of the region. That issue, lunch is not necessarily cheaper in this particular respect, and I'll tell you why. These bodies, we will still have the boards. If you are putting them under one management board or board of directors, then we'll be solving a problem of the numbers. Once we can give you 8 different things, issues that make me say they are different. Number one, the levels of resource endowment in those areas. We are all different. Kenya is different. There is no region which is like the other. In terms of natural resource endowment, in terms of human resource endowment, they are different. The scope of coverage of these regional bodies is also different. They cover space depending on their functions and depending on what they have been able to take in at any one point in time. But I speak of the challenges that these bodies address or confront are also different. So putting them under one umbrella does not necessarily make the challenges uniform. The development needs of those areas are also different. Just as different are the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries are also different, and they have different perceptions and perspectives of development. Our Speaker, the levels of support based on, of course, the requisite interpretation of the need for support, the specific need for support for the area, are also different. It depends on the extent to which support is interpreted and communicated effectively. And the other issue that is also important for us to look at is as the functions will basically be guided by the mission. Each of those institutions have got a mission and a vision. We are talking about the Uhuru River Development Basin Development Authority, the Kerio Valley Development Authority, the Lake Basin Development Authority, the Tana and Athi, and the Coastal Region Development Authority. When we speak to those institutions, we are speaking about areas that have been identified to be peculiar and areas that need to have specific focus. The intention, one of the objects, is to standardize functions of the regional development authorities with consideration for unique areas of operation. You are standardizing and then you bring in the uniqueness of the area. You cannot standardize different issues. They are different. Madam Speaker, I would also like to say that the law-making process in this country is standard. Every law that comes up with an institution has got the same approach, adopts the same approach. We will define, we will give the major title, we will define the terms, we will look at the functions, we will look at the formation of the board, and so everything is the same. So what shall we bring in that is new and different? These institutions were established to manage specific regions and specific sectors. Let us leave them to do that and continue doing it. Let us support them. And I want to bring in the factor of county governments. Madam Speaker, we should not forget the fact that counties are joining to form regional development bodies. They are forming clusters of counties so that they may define a bigger function that cuts across counties. So we cannot really restrict ourselves to a county when it comes to development, because the development cuts across a region. Water flows across different counties. Roads link different counties. Production goes across counties. So even counties are realizing the need to have a regional focus. So having one legal framework to talk about all these regions is not solving any problem. Madam Speaker, these institutions have responsibilities, and one of them is advising, managing resources, and facilitating projects. What we should ask ourselves is whether they are effectively managing resources, they are effectively advising, and they are facilitating these projects.
I want to bring in a specific example, the Tana Water Services, or Tana Water Works. When I speak, I don't know whether it is peculiar in Tana Water Works or it is across the country. The approach that Tana takes is, for instance, if they want to do a borehole, they will have two different contracts. There is a contract for abstraction, getting to know that there is water actually down there, and it is pumping for 24 hours. They will go back to the procurement process and procure another contractor to come and finish off, install, and reticulate, so that people can take water. It takes more than 2 years sometimes to have some of these functions completed. Some 3 years, some even 4 years. I have 3 boreholes in my constituency which have taken more than 4 years to have water. So what we need to ask ourselves is the problem the legal framework, or the problem the levels of support that we're giving these institutions? So, Honourable Speaker, I find it very difficult to support this legislation. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Maina Madenge, Nyeri Town. And as the Honourable Maina Madenge speaks, I think on this particular, he may be the last, because as directed by the Speaker, we shall be moving to the statements on constitutional amendments as directed by the Speaker. But I'll be speaking on that. For now, Madenge, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I look at this bill, and Honourable Speaker, when I like the spirit, I'm opposed to the letter of this bill. This bill, in terms of the thinking is right, but the idea is absolute within the realities of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. When we look at the regional development bodies, today, devolved units and county governments, which are a creation of the Constitution, have pointed a new desire of crafting new regions for the country in terms of the regional economic blocks. And therefore, if we want to maintain the regional development bodies, we would be better off aligning ourselves to this new thinking. Mr. Speaker, the Tana and Athi rivers originate in the Mount Kenya region, but they flow all the way to the coast and drain into the Indian Ocean. At what point does the Tana Basin and the Athi River Basin end, and at what point does the Coast Region Development Authority pick up? Based on just that one example, we find that there is a lot of duplication, a lot of overlap, and therefore a tendency to wastage. One of the other demonstrations, you go to the lake basin and you will find
Order, Honourable Madenge. You have a balance of 8 minutes to speak on this particular bill, which we shall give you during the next session. And the time now being 6 p.m., pursuant to the earlier directive issued by the Speaker, the House will commence comments on statements of the legislative proposal to amend the Constitution under Standing Order number 114 in brackets 7A. For your information, Honourable Members, those statements by Honourable Major Retired Bashir Sheikh MP and the Honourable Alice Nganga can be found on our order paper on pages 208, 209, 210, 211, and 212. Further, Honourable Members, for your information, is to indicate that the legislative proposal by Honourable Member for Mandera North, Honourable Major Retired Bashir Sheikh, is to amend Article 88 of the Constitution to provide that when the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is not constituted, the Secretary of the Commission can perform the functions of the Commission that are limited to conducting by-elections under Article 101(4)(b) of the Constitution. and the legislative proposal by member for Thika Town, Honorable Alice Nganga, to amend Article 89 of the Constitution to protect the 27 constituencies that were protected for the first delimitation of electoral units in spite of not meeting the population quota required, and which constituencies risk being merged with others when the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission conducts their second review that is due. Thank you, honorable members. The first to have a bite on this will be the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who had actually earlier said I needed to balance. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity. But I'd like to know on which of the motions you have first, because I was actually waiting to speak to the Regional Development Authorities bill. And while you are at it, Mr. Speaker, it would be good if you balance both sides of the House. I know you are trying to be faithful to what time people came in, but it doesn't do away with the balance of the House. If I'm here, I'm here. Yeah, and I'm also a senior. And I know I need to keep reminding the House. I'm assertive, so unfortunately I have to. So I just wanted clarity on which one are you talking about?
We are dealing with both of them, Honorable Millie, and you can speak on any of the two.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I'll only speak to one. And I'll just say, Mr. Speaker, that I happen to have sat in the constitutional review process, first as a member of a civil society, as a delegate, and secondly in the select committee as a member of the 27 member of the select committee. So I would actually properly call myself as one of the founding mothers and fathers of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll not speak too much to the issue of protecting the constituencies because of the numbers, because that was actually in the spirit of the Constitution. And a lot of people, when I hear people discussing, especially about the issue of creation of new constituencies, a lot of us are misled. And I think, for instance, that by creating a district, you are getting a constituency, unless we do a constitutional amendment and change the numbers and the formula that give numbers. Population is a very big factor in getting constituencies. So I would want to encourage those who want to get new constituencies within now and the next elections. You either fake numbers, but we are experts in Kenya in faking numbers. You either fake numbers or give birth and have children before that due date. Otherwise, the Constitution is very clear about the formula to attain those numbers. But having been a member, I think it is important to state that there are very clear constituencies that were indicated that will be protected, and it was actually agreed that they will be protected even though their numbers do not meet that threshold. And therefore, I support the fact that those constituencies should not lose their status when we have redistricting that will be coming before the next elections, Mr. Speaker. Those are my few remarks in relation to the two. Thank you.
The Honorable Adan Haji Mandera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this statement by Honorable Major Bashir in that there is a lacuna within the Constitution. I think the Constitution has never envisaged that one time there will be no commissioners in the Independent Electoral and Border Commission, and hence it has happened, and it has affected some constituencies and some wards. For example, Banisa constituency, the late Honorable Kulo passed on 12 months ago. It means that the last 12 months, the population of Banisa constituency have no representation in this house. And the Constitution has formed 290 constituencies through the formulas that has been there, and every constituency must be represented as far as the constitution is concerned. Now because of the lacuna of the constitution, which has not foreseen that at one time there will be no commissioners at all, this has happened. For us not to continue leaving Banisa people and others, the other wards also, without representation more than this, more than a year now, is about a year now. For us not to continue leaving those people without representation, which is their right in the country, in this country, we need to support this amendment and enhance it, actually fast track it, like the way we have been doing some of the bills that are of importance, that we did it instead of 21 days, we did it in a day. So my request is that we support this amendment, fast track it, make it an act of parliament as far as the amendment is concerned, so that by-elections can be conducted in Banisa constituency and the other wards which have become vacant because of the death, the dismay of their representatives. Therefore, I suggest that if we can fast track this amendment and make that law in the next 1 or 2 weeks, so that those people can be represented. Like now we are waiting for CDF. There is no MP to oversight. There is bursary that was released. There is no MP to do the justice that we do in all other constituencies. As we know very well, we sometimes go out of this house to go and lobby for some development activities for our constitution. I mean for our constituencies. Yeah? Banisa constituency has not had that opportunity for the last 12 months. And if we delay in enacting this, then we are doing a lot of injustices to our people who are not represented, Banisa and many other wards. With that few remark, please, I request all my colleagues to support this, and let's fast track it as fast as possible. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Moses Kirima is in the house. Ordinarily, he would be here. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Today I decided to shift the place so that they can be near the remover of the what is before this honorable house. I support Honorable Bashir in the motion before this honorable court because this constitution, because this motion, this constitution requires to be attended to. There are a number of issues in this constitution because at the time when it was being done, there was a lot of agitation from various bodies. There was a lot of activism which was initiated or which was put into this constitution. And it requires a sober mind now to be looked upon as it is moved by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the constituencies which are enlisted as protected constituencies, as it has been said by my colleague before, surely there is no way when one can go back and say that a certain constituency does not exist due to lack of the threshold of the population required for it to exist. So, when it was being done so, the initiators of the same did not consider the future of this country. And it has become a norm whereby each and almost every member is rushing to create a sub-county so that at the end of the day, it will be created as a constituency, because it is so much, people are so much aware that a constituency is these days synonymous to a sub-county, which is not the case, because in some cases the population does not allow.
So we need to consider the contradictions in the Constitution as it is, because there are a number of contradictions which are there, especially when it involves the characters of the citizens, when it involves the existence of the constituencies, when it involves the manner in which they were created, and how the citizens are supposed to be good beneficiaries of this constitution. The constitution is not a peg on the stone. It's supposed to be dynamic to an extent that it should be meeting the needs of the people, but not just activism, but issues which reflect the need of the people. I therefore support the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank a Member of Parliament who have come up with a memorandum as a Speaker about protecting of these constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important right now, these constituencies which do not meet the threshold, I think this is the right time we need to protect because merging with other constituencies, Mr. Speaker, I think we will also inconvenience some the people from those constituencies, Mr. Speaker. It's also the population, it's growing, Mr. Speaker. And I think as time goes by, the population will grow and these constituencies will be in a position to meet threshold, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, when I talk of Makwiny, we have one constituency, Kilome, which is protected, Mr. Speaker. Now, as we are speaking, Kilome, the Technocity is built in Kilome. So, in a period of 2 to 5 years, the population will shoot. And that constituency will have even more high population than even others, which has 4, 5 wards. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a good idea, and this constituency should be protected. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let's get some insight from the Chair, J-Lock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are two legislative proposals brought by individual members of Parliament to amend the Constitution so as to align it with immediate problems which we have in the country. I have gone through the two proposals and I must admit I find them very well thought out. In fact, we should be moving with speed to enact this into law so that we do not face the circumstances which we are faced with. To begin with, we do not have any IEBC. And therefore, God forbid, even if this house comes crumbling down and we all go to meet our makers, these constituencies would not get members of Parliament unless the law is amended. Because we will be told there are no IEBC commissioners to do the by-elections. I'm wondering exactly what IEBC commissioners do when it comes to running by-elections. For sure, administrative matters are done by the CEO, the Secretary of IEBC. And therefore, since a by-election is a mini election, it is not even a little general election, as happened in 1966 when there was a crossover into the ruling party by members of the opposition. The truth is, a by-election can comfortably be run by an IEBC commissioner. Sorry, an IEBC's chief executive, the secretary. And therefore, it behoves on this house to amend Article 88 of the Constitution and bring in the proposal which is now on the table, that where the commission is not constituted, the secretary to the commission, who is also the CEO, would perform the functions of the commission related to the conduct of a by-election under this particular Article 101. We know for sure as we speak, Banisa has remained vacant for this long. And this is totally unfair, it is unjust, it is unconstitutional for people to remain for more than 8 months or whatever number of months without representation in this August House. So this is a proposal that we should consider favorably. We never knew that with the expiration of the terms of the commissioners, we would last more than a year, and now possibly going to a year and a half. But there we are. This is a current problem which we must address today. Therefore, Major Bashir, as other constitutional proposals are brought to this House, whether through NADICO, whether through whatever door, please insist that this also comes in, because we know the problems we have with the constitutional amendments in this country. It is you cannot master the numbers. But for NADICO, there is a possibility we will master the numbers. This is where this one should find itself, so that we master the numbers, pass it, and cure a recurrent problem in this country. Thank you, Major. Let's go to Honorable Alice. She has made a very, very good proposal, excellent proposal. And this is where we say in English, you cannot take away vested rights on people. The people who have the protected constituencies have vested rights in those constituencies. For the number of years they have existed, they have enjoyed what are called constituency rights, including CDF, employment, representation in the House, and therefore their rights have accrued. There is no way this House can approbate and reprobate at the same time. As we speak for the constituencies, we must also speak for the protected ones. And my view is this: we should actually remove that protection by saying we do have 290 constituencies as constituted. No constituency will be mentioned with the protection or no protection. They are substantive constituencies. So we will look at that provision and see whether we really have to protect them, extend it, or we should just remove it so that no constituency is termed as a protected constituency. They are waiting out there, whether in the constituencies in Nyeri, Kilome has been mentioned, all these ones, the citizens would never accept anything like trying to say that these constituencies have to be removed. These constituencies are already vested, and these people expect, like all other constituents, all the rights that appertain to this constitution, to the constituencies, and to representation. I know these two will come to Justice and Legal Affairs. We will conduct public participation, but I can almost bet that the ideas we have today are the ideas Kenyans out there have as regards IBC and by-elections, and also as regards protected constituencies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Abdul Haru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for having given me this opportunity to make my contribution to this very important debate. I think to start with the protected constituencies, I support the amendment, the constitutional amendment by Honorable Alice. It is timely and most welcome. And I think under no circumstance should those protected constituencies be lost. In fact, looking at the way this country, the population is growing in this country, actually we should be thinking of more representation, more constituencies, so that Kenyans can be represented more, not losing the ones which are already protected. Coming to the constitutional amendment by Honorable Major Bashir, I come from Mandera County, and I know the consequences of a constituency staying one whole year without representation. We've been grappling on what to do with the constituents of Banisa constituency, where we lost Honorable Kudau Hassan in March last year. This is March 2024, 1 year down the road. Students from that constituency, every time we distribute bursary to the students in our constituencies, they will keep on coming and asking for accommodation. The constituents in Banisa want development, want classrooms to be constructed. They want their constituency development fund to be put to use so that they can also enjoy development like other constituencies. This has not been possible for the last 1 year because of lack of the vision carrier, who is usually the MP in that constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Banisa seat became vacant effective 29 March 2023, when it was declared in a Kenya Gazette notice of April 20th, 2023. 1 year down the road, the people of Banisa are still waiting to elect their member of parliament, despite the fact that the law says when a situation like the one which has happened in Banisa occurs, it takes 90 days for a by-election to be conducted. These 90 days lapsed in July 2023, and the reasons why we have not had these elections are reasons that everybody has spoken about here, is because we don't have commissioners, and this is something that we did not envision as a country, that a situation like this will happen. And Honorable Speaker, Article 99 of the Constitution provides for 290 constituencies where a member is elected under Article 97(1)(a) of the constituency. These provisions of the Constitution undoubtedly for the last 1 year has been violated because Banisa constituency has stayed without a representative for all that period. Honorable Speaker, we all know there is no judicial determination on if IBC Secretariat can conduct a by-election has been done in this country. And this is why this amendment, the constitutional amendment by Honorable Major Bashir, is very important so that it can be able to cure this problem by the proposal he has suggested, that when we find ourselves in the situation we find ourselves in like now, the secretary of the commission, who is the CEO of the commission, can actually conduct the by-election. And this speaks to even the arguments that we had in the Supreme Court when we had the presidential by-election petition, the presidential election petition. The issue came up as to whether the commission are the commissioners alone, or it is the commissioners plus the staff of the IBC. And this actually amendment is going to partly also resolve this matter, which came up in the Supreme Court during the presidential by-election. And then one may wonder, why shouldn't the Secretariat be able to conduct the by-election anyway? Because every year we keep on providing budget for the IBC. We have not stopped giving the IBC budget because their commissioners are not there. They are spending. And if they are spending, it means whatever we are budgeting for IBC, it's not value for money, because IBC will fold its hands and say they cannot conduct a by-election because there are no commissioners. And that is why this amendment by Major Bashir is timely, and it is most welcome. Honorable Speaker, you see, if this amendment goes through, and I hope the honorable members of this House will support it fully, the CEO will be able to conduct election, because the elections are conducted by returning officers. We don't have vacancies in the returning officers' positions. The returning officers are there, the staff of the commission are there. It is only a matter of law to allow the CEO or the secretary of the commission to be able to gazette those who are contesting, to be able to conduct that election. And if in the circumstances where the commissioners are fully in-house, the chairman can revert to his or her original role without necessarily having any problem. So this question about this amendment should only apply in the circumstances where we find ourselves in today, where commissioners are not in office for whatever reasons. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hope this will be expedited so that the suffering of the people of Banisa and all the other wards where they're supposed to do by elections will be expedited. Like the Kisa East ward in Kakamega, I know is also suffering the same fate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Lilian Gogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to this. The Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very important matter that affects Kenyan nationals. And when we have constituencies and we have these constituencies protected, Honorable Speaker, there is no way we can think of ever removing these protected constituencies. I rise to support the matter that constituencies that are protected should remain as such. Why should they remain as such? It is on the very basis of service provision, adequate representation and oversight, and also legislation that would have constituencies made. This is the main agenda of legislation. This is the main agenda of Parliament. So when these constituencies exist, and if they were created on a given population, time has since passed, Honorable Speaker, to the extent that in this time span, Honorable Speaker, and you know the way Kenyan women are good at giving birth, Honorable Speaker, I know they have done an exceedingly good job to have populated these particular areas to the extent that if we have review of population of this time, from the time when those constituencies were created, Honorable Speaker, I know we are going to get the desired population to maintain these particular constituencies. In any case, Honorable Speaker, we need more and more constituencies. We need more and more constituencies so that even if they're above 290, we secure certain constituencies that would only put for women, that these ones are only going to be women constituencies so that we don't struggle over this thing of two-thirds gender parity, Honorable Speaker. On the basis of that also, Honorable Speaker, we want constituencies that we are going to say when it comes to electoral system, Honorable Speaker, these designated constituencies are going to be represented by young people only. These other ones are going to be represented by people with disability, so that designated parties with strong following in those areas would be invoked to fill those particular preference groups, Honorable Speaker, so that we have proper representation the way it is required. So I rise to support the matter that constituencies that are protected, they should remain so, and if is possible, because time of having new boundaries has since come, time for having relooking and rethinking boundaries has already come, and if IEBC is properly constituted, and it should be, Honorable Speaker, then we should have protected constituencies remain as such, but more so, Honorable Speaker, we should have more constituencies created on the basis of population and on any other grading, Honorable Speaker. I've also heard my colleagues speak about Banisa constituency that has not had a representative for 1 year, for 1 full year, much too much. It is very unfortunate. Honestly, it is discriminatory, it is unconstitutional, and it is pathetic. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that as we stand with constituents, fellow Kenyans from this particular constituency, it is important that they get a representative. It is important that they are also taken through a process where they can choose a leader who can represent them in the National Assembly. So this should be expedited as fast as it should be. There should be an alternative to the fact that if there is no IEBC to conduct elections in such a case, if IEBC is not properly constituted, Honorable Speaker, we should have constitutional provision that should allow for an alternative body to conduct elections in such specific and unique cases. If for whatever reason IEBC cannot be properly constituted, then we should have a constitutional amendment that would give an alternative, that would conduct an alternative election, so that we don't discriminate. I would want to actually say this is basic discrimination. We don't have Kenyans put in a position where they don't have their representatives. I'm being told here that things like bursaries cannot be given, and being as much as there should be a committee to do that, but they just want to have their leader like any other Kenyan in this country. So I stand to support my colleague on the matter that this particular constituency, Honorable Speaker, should have their own representative in the National Assembly. I thank you for giving me this time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Very well. Is Honorable Bashir Abdullah in the House? Oh, no, he is a mover. So you don't need to speak on this, both yourself and the Honorable Alice Nganga. So let's get the Honorable Maina Madenge.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak to this House and to our nation on two concepts. One, national cohesion. The second one, equal opportunity. Honorable Speaker, it is an injustice to the two constituencies and the several wards that have fallen vacant and cannot have their representatives elected on the basis of a technicality about the gazettement of returning officers. And it is not possible for this country to violate the rights of a section of Kenyans in the exercise of their sovereignty on the basis of a technicality over who has the power of the pen to gazette a returning officer. Honorable Speaker, the crafters of the 2010 Constitution had the uniqueness of looking at the population as a key factor in the delineation of representation. However, currently, in the face of cohesion of the country and the importance of a cohesive nation is very well demonstrated in the Constitution by the creation of two constitutional commissions, the National Commission, the NCIC and the NGEC. Both of them are looking at equality and cohesion. And therefore the question of preserving the resources that Kenyans enjoyed before the promulgation of the new constitution is a key consideration. It is my opinion, and I hope that this House upholds that opinion, that no Kenyan should lose for another Kenyan to gain. It is possible for us to guarantee the status quo post-2010 while allowing the constituencies that are over the population quota to immediately be granted their right to representation. And that will provide us with a win-win situation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the resignation of commissioners of the IEBC has happened twice in the last two terms of office of the IEBC. In the previous commission, we had Akobe and two others resign. In the just disbanded commission, or the commission whose term has ended, we had the Sherera 4 resign. And therefore it means this country had better come to terms with the reality that it is possible in the middle of an election to have commissioners resign. And therefore we must create a transition provision for those realities, because it has been demonstrated that it can happen
even in the middle of an election, throwing the country into a constitutional crisis. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge us as a House to rise up to this occasion and be able to fulfill the aspirations of Kenyans. Kenyans are looking up at us and wondering how come they have given us the power and the mandate to legislate, yet the country is having so many lacunas in the law. How come we have a technicality in a subsidiary legislation that is preventing people from enjoying a constitutional right? And therefore, this House would do a lot of justice to Kenyans if we can, as my colleagues have spoken ahead of me, if we can fast track the amendment to this constitution. We do not have to fear the fact that previous attempts by the National Assembly to amend the constitution have failed. The circumstances are not the same. At this point in time, it is in the mind of every Kenyan that after 13 years of the new constitution, we have seen areas where we have challenges and there is definitely a need to amend. I support and congratulate the two colleagues for this timely proposal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Julius Olesunkuli, you are a beneficiary of balancing, but proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a few remarks in support of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I must join my colleagues in saying that if IBC commissioners are not, have not yet been gazetted, the work of IBC should not stop. In every organization, the political wing of organization is not usually as important as the civil service of it. And that is why governments like those in Italy have always changed so rapidly, yet governments are running, because there are those permanent civil servants who are employed there who run the organization. So if the IBC officials are in place, we should always say that IBC is also in place. And the law should be able to say that a certain cadre of IBC civil servants can become agents of necessity for the organization. And that I fully support. But my second point, Mr. Speaker, is about constituency review. And it's indeed true that we should save those constituencies that are in danger of being scrapped because of their population. It is my contention, Mr. Speaker, that in this republic, we should stop dishing out things based on population size. It is not the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, because in the past, we have adopted a policy of population control in Kenya, which I have serious issues with. There was a time that they were saying that if you have a smaller family, then you are doing very well, and that government would support you because you have a smaller family. Because of that, some of our communities, which already had discipline in terms of population, actually kept their populations low. And while we did that, the same people who are drafting policy were busy making babies and becoming more. And today they are saying, give us these things because we are many. No, Mr. Speaker, we obeyed the laws of the country at that time and adopted and accepted the policy that populations must be kept low. But now we realize, and the whole world is realizing this, that actually population control is not necessarily a good thing for economic growth. That is why kindergartens are closing in Japan. That is why in China they have abandoned the one-child policy, and so on. So my colleagues who already have high demographic returns cannot come back and say that because they made more babies when the policy was against it, that now they should be rewarded for it. No, Mr. Speaker, we must say that this country must be judged in many other ways. For instance, if you want to create a constituency out of Kilgoris, you have got to look not at the population, but at the nature of representation of that area. In that area, we have Kipsigis, we have Maasais, and so on, and it's always good to make constituencies as homogeneous as possible in terms of their formation, because some of these little disputes that people have within the constituency is because of their little tribal suspicions. So if you can be able to group people more homogeneously, not count as many of them as how many they are, it would make a lot of sense, Mr. Speaker. Population, of course, can be used as a criterion, but it must never be the most important criterion. Geography cannot be gainsaid, Mr. Speaker. You can't imagine that some constituencies, like for instance, constituency of Narok South, can be as big as 3 or 4 other constituencies in another area, which I don't want to name. But then, those other gentlemen ladies from the other area are saying, we require more representation because we have more people. We also require more representation because we have more land. Because our territory is vast. Our territory is difficult. So constituencies must not be created just based on the fact that people are many. And indeed, actually, this should extend to many other many other resources of the country. We must be able to say that every Kenyan citizen should get a share, not based on how many children they were able to produce, but based on the needs of the children that they have. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the next constituency review takes a serious look at these issues, and with those remarks, I support.
The Honorable John Gagusia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the amendment of the Article 89 of the Constitution of Kenya in as far as ensuring that we retain the protected constituencies, which are 27 in number, of which, Honorable Speaker, Mukurweini constituency is one of them. Honorable Speaker, Mukurweini constituency has existed since 1963, since independence. And to just clarify, we have had members of parliament from 1963. We had Honorable Wareithi, 1963, who served for 3 terms. We had Honorable Koigi Wamwai. We had Honorable Gombo Jerori, who sat in this house. We had Honorable Mohika Mutahi. We had Honorable Mutahi Kagwe. We had Honorable Kabando wa Kabando. We had Honorable Anthony Kiai Gethiaka. And Kagushia now represents Mukurweini constituency. As Honorable Speaker, Mukurweini people have been represented since independence in this August House. And so we do not expect a situation where the amendment or the change or the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010 in any way would remove a benefit that the Mukurweini people did enjoy from independence to date. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I support strongly that we have the retention and the protection of all the 27 constituencies that existed before the promulgation of the Constitution. And in any case, the Constitution itself also says that we cannot lose a benefit that we already enjoyed before these new constitutions. Honorable Speaker, these constituencies have already been serving these people, and the constituents of these 27 constituencies have already been enjoying the benefit of having a constituency, and they have a legitimate expectation that they will continue enjoying that benefit going forward. And that is why I would say that we do not see a situation where any of those constituencies would be lost in any way. in Nyeri, for example, we also have the Odaya constituency. We have the Tetu constituency, which is also represented by our good friend who is here, Honorable Wandeto. And Honorable Speaker, we do not see a situation where as a county would be losing these three constituencies. And that's why we say we need to retain all these 27 constituencies, and then we go ahead and get a formula in which we are going to add more constituencies so that we can be able to take care of the bigger constituencies that have more people. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, I am in this house this day to support that the people of Mukurweini will retain the constituency as they have had since 1963 and going forward. Honorable Speaker, to complete my point, I would also want to say that in as far as the commissioners are concerned, the IBC commissioners, we have gone for a period of time without these commissioners, and this is creating a great injustice to the people of the constituencies where the members of parliament have either died or are not representing them anymore. We also have wards that are not being represented anymore, and for that reason I would want to support that the IBC secretariat led by the CEO should be given the leeway to conduct elections in those constituencies and the wards, and whereby the members of parliament are not there anymore, either by death or whatever other means. So, Honorable Speaker, I really want to stand as a member of parliament in this house and support that people of Kenya need to be given justice by having representation. Of course, we had not foreseen this in the time we were doing the constitution, and we have to continually improve our law so that we can be able to have every person represented. Honorable Speaker, I would like to yield my time so that I can also allow other members to also make their contribution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to these two very important motions. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to start with the proposal to amend the Constitution, Article 89, to deal with the issue of the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, boundaries review is a very emotive exercise. While on the face of it, it sounds like a straightforward exercise guided by numerical formulae, Mr. Speaker, this is not the truth. The current boundaries have some historical realities which we can only ignore at our own peril. And Mr. Speaker, if we start tinkering with the boundaries without giving it much thought, we could be inviting a lot of unintended consequences. Mr. Speaker, think about the case of Lamu, East and West, which are two constituencies that have been earmarked for scrapping. If we lose Lamu East and Lamu West, because Lamu is a two constituency county, it would mean that even the viability of Lamu as a county would be called into question. Think about the administrative structures that exist. They'll be whittled down and they'll be downgraded. Half of the CDF kit that goes into Lamu now will disappear because it's now a one constituency a county. This will aggravate marginalization and poverty in a place like Lamu, where, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have a lot of challenges. I want you to think about the constituencies in the northern frontier, Mr. Speaker. A lot of these boundaries are based on certain ethnic and clan lines, which have worked very well for peace and development over the years. It is not in our interest to start tinkering with them because we may start bringing an unfair political playing field, whereby the smaller sub-clans, the smaller tribes may feel that they are now at risk of being swallowed by the bigger clans. And the outcome of this will be a resurgence of ethnic tensions and the border skirmishes, which we keep seeing from time to time in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that, for example, the people of Tetu, which are just like Honorable Kagushi has said, have had representation for a long time uninterrupted. It is easy to think
that these people can forget their 4 or 5 decades or 6 decades of identity as Mukurenge people, as Teto people, as Kemi people, as Ijara people. You cannot scrap that identity that has been built for a long time, and now suddenly you give them a new name. Basically, we are tinkering with something very important, which is social integration, and which may take very long time to again build consensus and make these people feeling, as one, if we put them, in the same constituency. Mr. Speaker, think about places like the North Rift and parts of northern Kenya, northeastern especially, where their populations are sparsely, populated, and some of these places face a myriad of problems, from poor road network, low school enrollment, insecurity. And Mr. Speaker, today, while a Nairobi MP can tour his constituency in a number of hours, some of our brothers and sisters in the North Rift and in Northeastern, it takes them days to even move around their constituency. Now, if you say that now these constituencies now even want to merge them, and they have an even bigger area to superintend over, it will just basically make their work harder, and they will have to work long hours even to achieve the smallest gains. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, let me say that constituencies have over the years become an important economic, social, and cultural identifier of the people. Any changes to the status quo must be the outcome of a thorough public participation and not a map drawn in Nairobi by bureaucrats sitting at IEBC offices in anniversary towers. Mr. Speaker, I support that we protect these constituencies. Thank you.
The Honorable Wilberforce Owundo.
Honorable Speaker, it's always refreshing to have members propose amendments to the Act, to a bill, a constitution. Because of time, let me be very brief. Honorable Speaker, amendments proposed by under Article 88 is an interesting reading. It's a study on how you can manipulate a system to get to a certain desired goal, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we find ourselves in an extraordinary situation where we don't have a functional commission, not because there is any lacuna in the Constitution, not because there is any lacuna in the law on how to recruit and replace retiring commissioners, but just because the politics of the day has made it practically impossible to have a new commission. Simply because, Honorable Speaker, there seems to become omnipresent presidents or leadership, we take ambiguous position, we are able to hound out those we disagree with, who are the referees because they have made a call that we disagree with. We are trying to legislate, Honorable Speaker, in posterity for a matter that is purely has nothing to do with the future. Who thinks that we'll always have such a scenario, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, Article 250 is explicitly clear what constitutes a commission. IBC is a constitutional commission. And a constitutional commission is not a commission without the commissioners and the secretary. It would have been a consequential amendment, therefore, Honorable Speaker, for this amendment to stand, to go and also amend Article 250 to allow circumstances where a secretary can assume the position of the role of the commission. And as the substantive speaker said, you cannot amend a constitutional proposal. You cannot amend a constitutional bill. It either passes or falls as it is. Honorable Speaker, this unfortunately has to face the fate as it is. It cannot stand because an election is an election. There's no contemplation in the law, there's no contemplation in the Constitution, there's any difference between a by-election and a main election. An election is an election, and must be undertaken by a commission. And the commission is the commissioners and the secretary. So as much as I want to be sympathetic and sympathize with people of Banisa, because Honorable Kulo is my personal friend, unfortunately, as they say, I don't want to use the word, the law is the law as it stands. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do. Let's just do clean politics. Let's not be vindictive. Let us not hound the people out because we disagree with them. Honorable Speaker, this is an interesting reading. The one amendment by Honorable Alice Nganga is an interesting reading and a likely reading. I totally agree. What exists, let it remain. It will be extremely unfair to wake up in the morning and wipe out Lamu East, Lamu West. It will be extremely unfair. It will be unfair to wipe out my neighbors, Budalangi, because my grandmother will curse me forever. My mother will be extremely unhappy because she comes from Budalangi. She couldn't find a suitable husband in Budalangi. That's why she came to look for my father in Funyula constituency. So we must always respect that symbiotic relationship we have. Some of the causes why these constituencies might not meet the numbers are beyond our control. And it would have also been good for the honorable member to tell us whether the population of these constituencies after 2019 census report. Honorable Speaker, members of these constituencies have gone to sleep, putting the country under a conundrum that could have easily avoided. The last review, Honorable Speaker, was 2012. From 2012 up to now is close to 12 years. And 12 years, you could each person, each couple, each person could multiply himself or herself 6 times. So we just ask them to go to work so that when there's the next review, we do not have to get ourselves into this sympathy, calling for sympathies. Let them go to work. And the only way to overcome marginalization, Honorable Speaker, everybody knows. An adult here knows how to eliminate marginalization. As we did in Western Kenya, we have no problem. Our kindergarten classrooms are full of children. Let them come and borrow and learn how to get the work done. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I encourage them to pursue, but we need to solve this problem once and for all, and probably also borrow a leaf from what Waziri has said, Ambassador Sonkule has said. We need to look to expand. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution also provides actually safeguards. Talks about geographical features and urban center, talks about community of interest, historical, economic, and cultural ties. We already have safeguards. We do not even need to do a constitutional amendment. The safeguards are already there. But let's go to work. We need numbers. A good population is good for the market, as good for the economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members who may rise. These two constitutional matters will be looked at again when the House Business Committee schedules them again. But for now, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 12th March 2024 at 2:30 p.m.